Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. My apologies, y'all. I was on Roger's channel and kind of lost track of time a little bit. I don't even got no excuse. That's the reason, right? And Dylan James start off with the jokes already. I know you're being serious, by the way. And Dylan James says, "Come on now, Z. Ain't nobody trying to keep looking at this girl talk." Man, okay. Vic says, and he's late. I'm here. Um, okay. Shout out to Khadijah and Bo. I think what ends up happening often is that you have these outliers, educated, trained women, and in this case, we're talking about black women. We're talking about black women like Khadijah. These are the women who they're different. They're outliers, right? She's same sex loving. She's queer. She has a different worldview when it comes to relationships and intimacy and sex, status, and all of this other thing. And so she makes these proclamations and she says these things, and you wonder, what black women is she talking about? You know, everything from the conversation about power to the conversation about celibacy to the conversation about men taking women for granted to the conversation about women having a roster, assuming that men have a roster too. Once again, 30%, and that's what's admitted. About a third of men under the age of 30 did not have sex last year. Men go years on end without sex. Why am I bringing up that in this conversation? Khadijah has this real big blind spot, which is emblematic of women writ large, particularly black women in this case, where because they only see the men that they're attracted to, they forget, because they don't even see them, all the other men who struggle for or definitely don't have a roster. They don't even got one woman. And so, and I'm bringing this up because Khadijah was covering women, you know, going from their Cheerio phase to their celibacy phase. And I think Khadijah, either she doesn't want to say it or she's maybe never considered it, that what you're seeing, and because I've had conversations with women too, you're a black woman, I'm a black man, I've had conversations with women, different types of women and black women. A lot of this is throwing a goddamn temper tantrum. The men I want won't take me seriously. Why won't he do what I say? I'm putting the vagina on ice because I refuse to be with those type of men. If I can't have that man, I don't want those men. Literally, Khadijah, one of the videos I covered early on my channel, was a very attractive sister. I think she was in her late 20s, early 30s, maybe 30, right? And if y'all remember, even Charles covered it, where she said, I don't want that Negro, I want that Negro. Huh? In other words, if I can't have him or someone like him, I don't want anything, which is perfectly okay. And then there are women that go celibate over that. See, you think it's some type of principle stand. It's not a principle stand. Khadijah, you're a black woman. Jesus Christ. That's why I continue to cover this about these outliers and these petite bourgeoisie black people, and they give this advice and they do these think pieces, and you ask yourself, where the hell are y'all coming from? I want to speak about power and how many women give up power for the lifestyle. They're not looking for love, they're looking for the lifestyle. And I watch the left completely, and I'm saying the left like women like you, Khadijah, completely ignore that. Women give up the power to their man for the lifestyle. Khadijah, what's the number one reason for divorce, at least here in America? Who files for 70% of divorce, Khadijah? Who's getting married in America, Khadijah? Who's staying married in America, Khadijah? It's all money and class based. What I'm bringing up this name because this is someone that's notable and that we know who this person is, right? This is not some random person. Ebony K. Williams, who is a rich woman now, right? Ebony K. Williams, who can afford to raise a child herself, apparently. That means it doesn't matter what the man earned. He could be working at McDonald's. She said it in her, and I'm so glad she said it, right? What did Ebony K. Williams say? If he owns the bus, translation, if he's rich, more money than me, right? What's frightening about this conversation is we have these, like I said, we have these educated people, these trained, these they think different, they read bell hooks, and they're all into different philosophy, and they just bring all of this into the conversation. And you wonder, do y'all talk to average, I mean extra average black women? Do y'all talk to black women writ large? Or is it just theories and books? Look at who's getting divorced in America, Khadijah. Look at as a matter of fact, the marriage rate, the divorce rate is going down because the marriage rate is going down, and the people that are getting married are staying married, but that's class based. Let me say it again. 26% of poor Americans are married. 39% of working class Americans are married. 56% of middle class and above Americans are married. Khadijah, this is so clear. Maybe you have a principled stand. Maybe you're a radical feminist. Maybe you are feminist. Your average black woman has one foot in patriarchy and one foot in feminism. They want patriarchy by feminist specifications. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to FD Signifier. I'm listening to Conscious Lee. I'm listening to Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. I'm listening to, I'm gonna say her name, Kim Foster. I'm listening to Julesy. I'm listening to TT Noir. I'm listening to even Cat Black sometimes. I'm listening to Herbie. And I'm like, what black people are y'all around? That's what Mr. Z's gonna say it. Y'all think I'm joking. Shout out to my subscribers. Y'all think I'm joking. I'm not joking. I want one of these people to grow a pair and actually review Kevin Samuel's show. I want them to. I know they're too cowardly to do it. Y'all think I'm not joking. So they could come face to face with Black America for real and stop hiding in academia and stop hiding behind these think pieces. Come out here in the real world so you can see what black men are dating and what black men have to deal with. You want to talk about it? Objectification? When you're watching women from goddamn 18 to 70 boil men down to walking ATM machines and overglorified guard dogs? Khadijah, these women are throwing a temper tantrum because the men that they want won't bend and break to their will. Most men don't have a roster like that. You lucky if you get one, and if you have a side chick, oh wow. Y'all really don't appreciate it, and that speaks to something. See, Khadijah speaking about not black women, but women in celibacy and moving from their Cheerio phase to their celibacy phase, and I'm like, yeah, some of them are, yeah, they're becoming celibate, and yeah, but you think it's about principle. You think they went too far with the Cheerio thing, and they tried to move like men, and it failed. And you're right about that. I will agree with that. But it's not most men, because most men aren't getting it like that. That's what I'm saying. You see, you're saying men, right? Not a man, not some men, not elite men. You're saying men, plural, men. When most men don't got it like that. Even the dating apps are saying, by the way, that's why Hinge or Bumble or whichever one it was Bumble. Hinge was the one that black women struggle on. That's why Bumble went at y'all. Hey, look, women, we're gonna put the power in your hands, and the women were women. They didn't initiate as much. Why do you think when they put the power in your hands, and when I say your hands, Khadijah, I'm saying women's hands. What did the women do? They barely initiated, right? So Khadijah plays a clip of I don't know if it was I think it was SNL Saturday Night Live, where it's a gay Asian dude mocking Travis Kelsey is on there, and he's playing like a straight bro, right? And this is Khadijah. I swear, I said it to you, FD. I said it to you. These people see us as defective white men and defective black women. I said it to you. Shout out to Dr. Richard Reeves. I heard you say it. Don't, hey, everybody, when you hear these people say it, even Dr. Richard Reeves, yeah, don't forget where they got it from. This little teeny tiny channel, right? Somebody's talking to somebody. I see my quotes flowing all around this right now. I'm not joking, by the way. I really heard Dr. Richard Reeves say that we need to not treat men or the boys like the defective girls. And I'm like, I wonder where you got that from. You weren't Dr. Richard Reeves. I've been watching you for a long time. Before of Boys and Men. I ain't never hear you say that. Now I'm hearing you saying that. Where you got that from? I'm just saying. Right? So, going back. When Khadijah plays the clip, I want to say once again it's from Saturday Night Live, where the gay Asian dude is they kind of mocking straight men and how we emote and how we speak. And the undertone of that is we're doing it wrong. We need to do it like who, Khadijah? Huh? That's why I just said what I said about FD. FD, I told you this society in writ large, now they're treating white guys like this a teeny tiny bit. But no, you're doing it wrong, men. You need to move like the women. This is what black women do, right, in the black community. Dear black men, you can't be white men, clearly. They're patriarchal. We want the benefits of white patriarchy, but black men, we don't want you to move like white patriarchs. So come over here and fall in line behind us, ain't that right, Tiffany Cross? And do your best rendition of black women so now we could call you a failed black woman. Huh? I really detest this pincer move that this society is putting black men in particular. Either be a white man and deny your blackness, or be a black woman and deny your maleness. By the way, you'll play second fiddle to both. If you go down the road of the white man, you'll play second fiddle to him. If you go down the road of the black woman, you'll play second fiddle to her. So you either deny your maleness or you deny your blackness. Choose one. Huh? Khadijah plays this clip as if, I mean, men, if you're not emoting the way women emote, and if you don't communicate the way they communicate, then maybe there's something wrong with you. Have you really experienced all ranges of your emotion? Are you really that deep in? Have you like seen a therapist and well, why don't you? It's so insulting. It's so insulting to continue to badger men. If you don't move and talk and act like us, Are you sure you're a real human? Huh? Are you sure you're real? You're not talking like us. You're not emoting like us, right? It's so insulting. Khadijah, these women are throwing temper tantrums, man. Listen to the. Are y'all listening to the women talk? I didn't say put words in their mouth. Giggity. Are you Khadijah, you're a black woman. It's like you listen to these people talking, you're like, who the hell are y'all representing? FD, this is why when you responded to me that the black men were in our bubble, I responded to you, no, y'all are in y'all bubble. It wasn't a knee-jerk reaction when I said it. I meant it. It was not a knee-jerk reaction. I said what I meant. Black women telling you lifestyle, lifestyle, money, lifestyle. I'll take love second. Love is 18th on the list. Lifestyle, money, lifestyle, nice stuff, money, lifestyle. Right? The sex before the love. Right? Sex is 3 or 4 on the list. Love is like 18th. Right? True, real, deep intimacy and connection. Right? Let's say that's like 13th on the list. It'll lead to love eventually. And then you listen to Khadijah and you watch her think piece and you're like, but what? Now, if Khadijah's think piece was about women writ large, that's a different conversation. But if she's focusing on black women, then I don't know where y'all get this from. This emphasis on trying to get people to not be so invested in intimate partner relationships, with the opposite sex, of course. Um, yeah, and saying you weigh all of these different loves the same. This is frightening. Khadijah, I'm watching. I I know a couple of single black women. They're not happy, Khadijah. They're not. They're livid, Khadijah. They're depressed, Khadijah. Hiding it behind a very thin veneer of a smile. So a Khadijah that lives on her own and says she doesn't know she ever wants to live with someone, if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that, right? It might be someone else, right? And she loves her space and she can have a relationship with someone. You still gotta have your space, right? You see this expressed by some of these different thinkers and video essayists. And you're like, you think the average black woman is on that? It's so weird. You have to ask yourself, who raised you? I'm saying this to these particular content creators, and even when I watched Consciously's interview with Ole the other day, and now I got to watch Ole's interview with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. You hear their background, you hear the way they speak, you hear the way they came up and whatever, and oftentimes you're like, and Consciously's a little different, right? Country brother, whatever, whatever. I disagree with him on like a lot, but okay, cool. And you let them talk and they explain to you different things and you're like, bro, but what, like okay, I get you represent like a certain like niche group of black people, but as BGS keep on saying, like, can you bring that to the barbershop? To Khadijah, could you bring what you saying to the hair salon? Could I drop you off in somewhere in Harlem, right? Somewhere in Liberty City, huh? Somewhere in the last few remnants of black people in LA, huh? Could I drop you off in one of those hair salons or nail salons, and you could talk the way you are right now, and the sisters will just be clapping it up for you left and right? Would they agree with you on some of the things? Yes. Right up until they realize what that lead to. Well, I'm just here doing my pansexual thing, and my the women want to. Could it's Khadijah is a black woman. You have no idea how out of place I feel saying to a black man saying to a black woman that other black women are talking about lifestyle while you over here talking about something else. Huh? Thank you, Vince. Vince is somewhere in the DMV. Black women with money still talking lifestyle. Educated black women still talking about lifestyle. Wait for it. Wait for it. Your own educators are talking about lifestyle. Huh? This is, I'm telling y'all, I'm watching Khadijah and I'm like, okay, sellers. Y'all give me 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Yeah. So you watch these people with their think pieces and you watch them speak and it's 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 scary because right, I'm not a black woman, so you clearly know you're kind of out of place with the conversation. At the same time, it's you ask yourself, are y'all in y'all bubble for real? Like I say it because I truly believe it and you show it, but are you really in a bubble that thick? Right? Ishmael says they'll get ran out of a barbershop talking that garbage. It's weird because it's like you hear foreign man in like when Ole had foreign man in a foreign land on and FD and right and Herbie and Quaytan and whatnot, and Ole and FD are telling foreign man in a foreign land like, yo, there's these black women like they worship the white peen and like and Ole is reading one of the women's comments in her own comment thread, or not, it wasn't her, it was a channel that she was on, and like FD, not FD, sorry, foreign man in a foreign land, like he was kind of joking, but he's kind of serious, like, oh no, that can't be a real black woman, and like, no, bro, like y'all were in y'all in foreign man in a foreign land, if I'm not mistaken, he's back in Bahamas, right? Um, but it's like foreign man in a foreign land. Maybe you were in a bubble when you were here. Like you were around a certain type of black woman, so it's so difficult for you to actually grapple with and fully comprehend that how neoliberalism has affected the way these people communicate, what they think, their desires. Like I thought the left understood that desires can be manufactured. And if we speak about propaganda all the time, well, the biggest, baddest propaganda on planet Earth over the past few centuries is white supremacy, right? And when I say that, I'm not saying white people's position. We already know their position above everyone else. We're talking about white people being inherently better than everyone else. You have to understand that people of color have bought into that, including black women. And black women buying into that doesn't only show up as an inferiority complex that they make internal. No, they emote that out. That's how you get the divestors and the swirlers. That's how you get the white peen chase. That's how you get the jealousy of Miss Ann, and I want to be Miss Ann, and I want to be Becky, and I want the lifestyle. You would think Black BreadTube would be able to grapple with this in good faith, but they can't. Just like and Dr. Richard Reeves is telling us this. It's easy for these people to describe toxic masculinity, but when you tell them What is positive masculinity? It just looks like femininity. Huh? Why did I bring that up in this? It's to say these they struggle to be honest about how this shows up in black women, right? How how does okay, fine. Black women are real human beings. They are, you know, no different than anyone else. Fine. Okay, we understand the system we live in. How does neoliberal, capitalist, white patriarchal, right? Myopic, self-centered, selfish, how do those type of things, all of these negative attributes, how do they show up in black women? And that's the problem. Y'all just refuse to grapple with these things. That's why I said earlier, I know they not, y'all think I'm not joking. I really challenged them to go through and go live stream after live stream from IG to from Instagram to YouTube watching Kevin Samuels. They can't because it'll become so blatant. You don't got to watch all of them. By the time you get to the third live stream, it's not even going to take that long. But by the time you get to the third, fourth, fifth live stream, you see it. You see it, and that's middle America black women, educated to non-educated, light skin to dark skin, heavy set to slim, blue collar, white collar. These people put out this, talk about celibacy and women being celibate and maybe the reasons why they're celibate and these all these ethereal higher. It's not that, man. They throw in temper tantrums because so many of you threw the vagina at one dude, and the one dude was spoiled for choice, and he acted and treated y'all like he was spoiled for choice. Now so many of you are throwing temper tantrums because the dude y'all spoiled for choice with the vagina acts like he's spoiled for choice for the vagina. That's frightening. We're mad because the 20% of guys that we all want treats us like we all want him. So I'm just gonna become celibate. And now I'm gonna say men. You mean only 20%, right? And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. You're watching, and I'm back. You're watching women, black women. I'm not even speaking about conservative Candace Owens black women. You're watching black women talking about how men aren't men anymore, while simultaneously watching as Khadijah essentially mocks men for moving and talking and sounding like men, right? This is where the SNL clip comes in. Because she and Khadijah, I know you don't think you act this way or speak this way, but whatever you're doing over there, the way my eyes see it, the way I perceive it, and I would argue a whole lot of men, particularly black men, perceive it, is that men are defective women. If you emoted the way I emote and speak the way I speak and express yourself the way I express myself, then maybe you would have a better life. But what you're doing is a performance. You're performing manhood and masculinity. That couldn't be real. Don't you want to liberate yourself and not have to worry about all of that? Don't you feel tense being a man? Stop being a man. Stop acting the way you do. It's so liberating, I'm telling you. It's so insulting. It I don't even know if I have the word for it. It's enraging. Khadijah. It's enraging. I know you don't think you're being condescending. I know you don't think you're being condescending. Oh, it's so condescending. Because it assumes that men are performing manhood and that women would be happy, train tracks, if men didn't perform manhood this way. And the second black men in particular put their big toe from over that line, women start screaming. Maybe not women like you, Khadijah, but black women start screaming. And then women like you act like you don't hear them screaming. That's so enraging. Khadijah, you were, as a matter of fact, you were on the panel with Ole when Ole was telling you what these, and you sitting, oh boy. Khadijah was on the panel with Ole and FD Signify when they were talking about swirlers and divestors. And how these black women were talking about manhood. These are not just conservative black women. This is why I know y'all are in your bubble, because when Herbie said, you know, one of the ways we could get rid of this is for black women to raise their sons that trans women are women. I was like, okay, Herbie's on drugs. Herbie's on drugs. And shout out to Ole. We disagree on a lot, but Ole tried her best not to say, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. The women I know, they'll smile in your face. They'll raise their children not to be aggressive or mean to you, not to be homophobic or transphobic, but they're not raising their sons that trans women are women. I watch Ole not say it, but essentially say it. Huh? Y'all just don't. I think because y'all think all of this is a performance, y'all are in y'all bubbles, and y'all think these straight women, you think these straight women are going to raise their sons to be everything they don't want. Right? It's frightening. When it comes to sexuality and relationships and intimacy, y'all are so far off the reservation. It's frightening. And then y'all keep on trying to think you can move the men when the men are listening to the women complain about them moving. It's frightening. A third of men under the age of 30 that are all on these dating apps, right? And I'll give you a prime example. What's the mixed light-skinned dude out of the UK that has the podcast, right? Nigerian, and I don't know what his mom's is. Mixed light-skinned dude that has the podcast channel out of the UK. I forgot his name, right? Oh, wait, there we go. There, CEO podcast. It's not CEO podcast. I forgot what the name of this damn channel is. But the brother was speaking when he was speaking to Richard Reeves. He was speaking to Richard Reeves, Dr. Richard Reeves, excuse me, and he was saying, you know, he would talk to certain people, men, about dating online, right? The dating apps, and the super attractive ones were like, yeah, I'm killing it. I'm good. I like the apps. And then he would speak to other men, and he would see how many young men they think the dating apps are the bane of their existence. They hate it, right? They hate it. And I'm like, yeah, because they're on the receiving end of constant rejection. I'm tying that to this conversation by saying Khadijah clearly doesn't appreciate how many men aren't having sex, aren't in relationships, particularly under the age of about 30. And so when she speaks about women going celibate because they were in their Cheerio phase, and they were just heading it out willy-nilly and growing rosters, and women were trying to move like men. No, Khadijah, move like a very specific type of man, because these other men don't get it like that. And I'm not engaging in semantics right now. That distinction is very important. Separating men from the handful of men that can move this way is very important, because it changes the conversation. So when we speak about women going into their going from their Cheerio phase and a hot girl summer phase to the phase of being celibate, you gotta include throwing a temper tantrum because the 20% of men that we all want, really 20% of men that we all want are so flooded for choice, are so spoiled for choice that they treat us like they're spoiled for choice. And so now we're throwing a damn temper tantrum about it. Huh? So look, man, I'm telling y'all, look, watching this was so and this is the thing. Khadijah doesn't come off really vitriolic. She doesn't come off mean spirited, right? But she come look, when it comes to this type of talk, I like rarely agree with Khadijah, but she was so far off. She was so and that's the thing. Even these people that aren't necessarily, because Khadijah has a brother, and you could like she when she speaks about this thing, but I'm like, I think you're so far off. I don't even think you realize how far off you are. So when you give your commentary and you make these think pieces about relationships and intimacy, and now you're talking about celibacy and maybe some of the reasons why, and you're critiquing this, and you bought out Bumble and their new advertisement and everything like that, it's like, yeah, okay, I see you. Okay, Oh, okay, okay. Well, wait a minute. How do we end up in New England? Wait a minute. How did we end up in New Zealand instead? Right? How did we end up on Sandal Island? Oh crap, Spears, right? How did we end up in Antarctica? You're so far off the reservation, and that's why Khadijah. That's why someone like me can ask someone like you. That's why a black man, can ask a black woman, "Are you talking to black women?" I'm not saying the teen war types. Like, you know what, Khadijah? Maybe you and Ole have to have a private conversation so that Ole could tell you what these sisters really are on. Huh? Because I don't know what circle you're in Canada. I don't know who you're having conversations with, off the internet. But you're so far off with this. No, these women are throwing a temper tantrum. They already tell you how women rate men on these dating apps. Women saying they're going celibate. The young women saying they're going celibate because men aren't acting right. What's men? Huh? Which men? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And Buckeye fan says, and we're back. Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Did you see those no scrub stories I sent you? I'm uh, I'm not sure, but I don't know. I'm almost certain your name is different on the email. So I'm getting so many emails. I'm not sure to tell you the truth. It might have got lost in the sauce. I'm certain. I'm probably sure I received the email. Did I see it or did it get lost in the sauce? That's a different conversation, right? A different conversation, right? And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. So it's just look. I listen to Khadijah, and I I lost some of the what that I had earlier, right? Because I was really like, wait a minute, what? I lost some of the luster, some of the not luster, some of the what's the word I'm looking for? The enthusiasm, because I was on Roger's channel. I kind of went. We were talking about something completely different, right? But I'm covering this to speak about outliers in different type of black people that have a different type of experience, maybe a different upbringing, and a radically different view of the world, which is not it's not inherently bad on its face, right? Oftentimes it's the radicals that help to change the world, right? We know this. But what ends up happening is when you're speaking on these things, you come from so far left field that it's like is that it's like, are you on the same planet? Are we talking about the same thing? Right? Are we talking about the same thing? You're speaking about this the celibacy thing, right? And give me a second, yo. And like, wait a minute, yo. Y'all give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Okay, that's okay. So I had to re-listen to something to remember this, and I definitely don't want to leave this out. We're gonna have a real conversation about female power and how they give that up willingly and knowingly because they don't want the responsibility of their actions. Y'all are watching Army Osei Frimpong circle around that and cover that, and he's actually not even alluded to it. He's pretty much said that a couple of times, right? Not as blatantly as Z, and he's really talking about white women in this case, but I think the Khadijas of the world, because they truly are on some independent kick, they really don't appreciate how much women and how much black women are actually jealous of white women in this. I'm not saying all black women, I'm saying how many black women are jealous of white women in this, where I don't want the responsibility of making these choices and everything going to crap. I'm going to give up willingly, enthusiastically, the power to make these decisions because I don't want the responsibility if it fails. Right? Huh. And I think the Khadijas of the world, they don't really factor that in their analysis. That you might be dealing with women who have made a choice, right? That I don't want perfect. I don't want to be the one to drive us from here to New York. From South Florida, from Miami to New York. I don't want to be the one to drive us from Miami to New York. I don't want to be tasked with staying up all day and all night. I don't want to be tasked with if something goes left, you know, flipping the car over, falling asleep on the road, potentially getting into a fender bender, harming me and my children and my husband. I don't want the responsibility. I don't want the responsibility of any of that. I don't want the responsibility of watching my speed. I don't want the responsibility of any of that. Right? So I want my husband to drive. I want him to drive the whole way. Right? Now, am I going to nag him? Probably. right? If I'm, am I going to try to make sure he's up when I'm not? Probably, right? I think they really struggle with this train tracks, train tracks, train tracks. I think the Khadijas of the world really struggle with this, and I don't really see enough of these social media scholars and these thinkers and these video essayists and the right content creators. I don't see them really grapple with how many women, this includes black women, don't want the responsibility. That's why they want the rich man. That's why they want the lifestyle. I don't want to have to think about that. I actually am angry that I have to. I don't want the responsibility on my shoulders. And I'm a black man, and I consider that there are a number of women that just don't. I'm in a relationship. There are things my lady just don't want to do. She just don't want the responsibility. She just don't want to think about it. Right? She just doesn't want to think about it. And I'm watching the Khadijas of the world that not. I don't know how much they consider that women give up that power to men because they don't want the responsibility of having them. I pay my light bill, and I pay the mortgage, and I pay the water, and I pay my car note, and I pay for this, and I pay for that, right? And I make sure that the garbage is out, and like they just don't want it. I don't want it, sex. They don't want it, right? And y'all give Z 1 second, and we're back. And I'm asking. I think fundamentally what I'm doing here, also, is asking Khadijah and her ilk. Do y'all ever think about this stuff before y'all put y'all thing piece out? Or like you just come from your angle and you don't consider the women for, like I said, number one, the celibacy is really them throwing a temper tantrum. It's an adult temper tantrum. I'm putting my vagina on ice because I give it to the men I find attractive, which is not a bad thing. But these dudes, they don't value me like that. They're not treating me the way I want to be treated. Yeah, because he has a roster. He's one of the few guys that have a roster, right? So he's treating you like Sunday because that's what you are. Huh? Right? How do y'all reconcile the way you sound with the way the women that are calling into Kendra G sound right now? Huh? How do you reconcile the way you sound with the women that go onto Daily Wrap Up Crew? How do you reconcile that? Oh, but you don't see, and that's the problem. I think these people, like, in a weird way, they think they're above this relationship intimacy conversation. So they think like this is some stupid pop culture stuff. And okay, to a certain extent, I actually agree with you on that, to tell you the truth. But then you don't appreciate how much everyday people sound like this. That's why FD could, well, he wasn't looking me in the face, but look me in the face and say, we're in a freaking bubble over here. Because he doesn't appreciate that this is the people we are quoting, the people we are citing, the videos that the women are posting. These are everyday, regular ass women. They're real, right? Is the makeup on their face real? Nope. Are the eyelashes real? Nope. Is the weave real? Nope. Is the BBL real? Nope. But they're real, right? And so y'all don't appreciate that because y'all think y'all are above it. So you can make your analysis ignorant of how many people sound the way Mr. Z is telling you they sound, And then you put out your think piece or your feel piece or your right, because you don't appreciate how many women said lifestyle or nothing. Fine, y'all don't want to watch Kevin Samuels. Kendra G, she's a black woman. Just watch the black women that call in, young to old, hood to preppy, slim, thick, heavy set, light skin, dark skin, educated, not educated, blue collar, white collar, it doesn't matter. They sound delusional. What does this have to do with celibacy, Z? They go celibate because they're throwing a temper tantrum. And that's for the ones that are going celibate. Let's be very clear. What you find more often than not, when for the ones that do answer Kendra G's question, okay, you haven't been in a relationship in 3 years. When was the last time you've been intimate? Oh, like last week. Oh, like 3 days ago. Oh, like a month ago. And Leon says, just got done listening. They're trying to pivot real hard. What do you mean by that? Right? And Inspired Truth Broadcast says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Inspired Truth Broadcast says, divestors shaming black men for having other options. Right? And I think, like, for the Khadijas of the world, like, and that's another thing. I think what's frightening is watching queer black people say things and you wonder where they got it from. Right? These are not your like LGBTQ aunties from like 20 years ago. That's still like they wouldn't say certain things, but they knew like, okay, I'm same-sex loving, but everybody else around me isn't, and they think different. As a matter of fact, I think different. Right? What we're having now with certain queer black people is like it's as if they're in echo chambers around other queer black people and around other black people that are kind of like cool and with this thing, right? And so they like insulate themselves away from the rest of the black community or away from the rest of the world. They find their quote unquote safe spaces, but then they're still talking. Huh? They're still giving their view and it's like, okay, fine, you're giving your view about why so many women are celibate. You're the black woman. You are the black woman, Khadija. I'm the black man. I put money I'm more accurate than you. There's no way to really tell. You think it's about love. What? Do I agree with you to a certain extent that these women tried their hot girl summer thing and it failed? Because they were trying to move like the dudes. But once again, the dudes that do got it like that. I would agree with you to a certain extent. Yes. But that's not the only reason why. They're throwing a temper tantrum. This is not about love, man. Are there certain women looking for love online? Yes. But are they more looking for a lifestyle and a man to provide it? I think the left really struggles with women that's educated women also, women that's women of means also, women that's not struggling also, women that's educated women also, once again, looking for a lifestyle in a man. I think y'all really, really, really struggle with that. It's the ideal. Y'all, I know, like I know y'all have heard this before. You ever had a conversation with a woman, and they'll tell you, "Oh yeah, no, she's looking for this and this and that," and you're like, you'll talk to her and she'll say that, and she'll tell you, "Oh yeah, but my homegirl, she got her own money." And it's like, what that mean? What does that mean? She has her own money, but she's still looking for a dude. See, men are not looking for women for money. We're not looking for the status necessarily. So that may not be the top of our list. It's because it's not at the top of our list, and that may not be the number one thing we're looking for. It's difficult for us to have that particular argument. But when women say it, oh yeah, she's looking for this and this and this and that, and don't worry, she got her own money. Yeah, but she's still looking for the dude with money also more than her. More than her. I would like to direct you to Ebony K. Williams. More than her. I would like to direct you to Vivica A. Fox at 60 years old. That's what makes this frightening. The Khadijas are talking, and you got to ask yourself, but what angle are you coming from? Are you having Khadija? Couldn't you like put up a but yeah, but who are the women that she would be bringing on? So I was gonna say, couldn't you have a panel and ask her this in real life? But who would be the women that you're bringing on? So there you go. It's even when I watched who was I watching and they bought oh yeah I was watching Ole and she brought up Kevin Samuels and they had a conversation and then I realized one of the brothers that she had on her channel before is LGBTQ and so I'm like oh Ole, no wonder y'all be so shout out to Ole because Ole's probably what Ole and Julesy might be the two women that seem to be the most in touch with with actually what black people are really about, right? T-Nor a little bit too, but off the reservation a bit, right? But when this brother was talking, I'm like, ah, right? You know when they're so you're like, I understand more and more why we don't want to listen to these people talk. I said it. I said it. I said it. I said it. Let me say it. Let me say one better. I understand why BLM did what they did. We're talking about the organization BLM. I get it now. Because if they didn't pull the type of stunt they did a few years ago, we were never gonna listen to these people. They're so off the wall, right? They're so off the when I say they're out of touch off the wall, they're out of touch off the wall, right? You when you watch this, did you really understand why these people were defending BLM to the bitter end? You understand why these quote unquote leaders of BLM moved the way they did and co-opted the whole movement and turned black male death, primarily black straight male death, into fuel for their movement. You get it, right? You get why they're trying to make black and LGBTQ synonymous because they're so far off the reservation. We would always tell them, bro, why are you talking right now? And it's not like, okay, you don't have plights. It's not like you're not black. Also, that is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is once y'all start going off into that weirdo land, we will stop. Nope. Nope. Wow. Uh, and Jake says, Ole, let's Nigerian feminist programming go into overdrive, right? What I will say about Ole is that Ole actually said to Quaytan and to Herbie, like, y'all not around these women when y'all walk out the room. They're not doing none of that stuff you saying. And I'm paraphrasing, but essentially she's like, yeah, nah. Essentially she said, y'all if wherever when and obviously remember this is like a leftist framing. She was like, whenever black men are being problematic, black women are right there with them. And she's saying that to Quaytan because Quaytan was doing that you know you gotta insult black men and lift up black women thing. Like the people that always defended me and that's always had my back is black women. Right? So Quaytan was on that kick and Ole was trying to tell her like, bruh, if you think black men are some type of special type of transphobic, and for those of you that don't know who Quaytan is a trans man to woman. Yeah, so you know she was saying to Ole on Ole's channel, you know, maybe, you know, like I believe you, but maybe, you know, I've had just different experiences, and you know, it'd be black women that have my back, and right? And Ole straight up told her, yeah, like, yeah, maybe in your face, but yeah, they ain't raising their sons to accept you as a woman. They're just not. Whenever I'm in a room with problematic men, Problematic black men, problematic black women are standing right there encouraging the BS. Once again, this is a leftist framing, so right. But that goes to show you that they really do believe in black women's moral superiority over black men. Black women's moral. These people, no matter what they say, no matter how they frame it, it's black women's moral superiority over black men. This is how intersectionality gets weaponized against black men, right? Yeah, Cat Black is. Yeah, she is. Right? Huh. And reckless tax. Thank you, Saint Cyr. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But yeah, so if you're talking about celibacy, if you're talking about women going from the Cheerio phase to the celibacy phase, Mr. Z is about women getting their mind right. You know what? Okay, you know what? Put the vagina on ice. Get your mind right. I would tell you to go seek some therapy, but it's fine. It's looking more and more that women use therapy as an excuse, and they say they went to therapy, and you be like, B, I can't tell, right? So, putting the vagina on ice, I'm for it. Yes, Mr. Z is about if women want to get their mind right and put the vagina on ice, fine. Are they throwing a temper tantrum? Yes. Are they mad because the dude that they wanted wouldn't break himself to their will? Yes. Huh? Do they really mean what they say? Probably not. Is this going to change the type of men they're attracted to? Probably not. Huh? Last time I checked, Real Talk with Yanni was celibate. Did that change anything? What did it change? I'll wait. Huh? Last time I checked, Real Talk with Yanni was celibate. Did that change anything? Anybody see a change there? Huh? And Dr. Thunder says, what's going on, Doc? Dr. Thunder says, celibacy as leverage. But leverage against who? 1/3 of men under the age of 30 didn't have sex last year. So y'all leveraging celibacy against the same men that y'all are giving vagina to anyway? So, okay, fine. He went from having 10 women on his roster to 7. I promise you they keep on doing the wrong thing. Their answer to the wrong thing is another wrong answer. Right? So y'all gonna take y'all vagina off the table for Chisel Chin Tyrone. And that hurts Chisel Chin Tyrone how now? Huh? This is weird. This is weird. Oh, I mean, excuse me, not Oli, but Khadijah is speaking like men. She said men as in plural, obviously, as in men are just out here slaying everything. Yes, a handful of men got it like that, like that. The men under them, yeah, they doing pretty good also. Once you get a step or two under that, it's a done deal. By the numbers. Khadijah, that's why I say, like, y'all can't be having a serious conversation. This is not serious. This is a very unserious conversation. And obviously, this is the way she feels and whatnot. And, but if so many young men aren't having sex anyway, what are women leveraging? To do what? To do what? How are you going to threaten these young men with something that many of them weren't getting anyway? I know. We'll take the vagina away from you. I wasn't getting it anyway. You forgot you were giving it to that guy. Right? could have threatened these young dudes with something you wasn't giving them anyway. I'm going celibate. Okay. Right? I'm not gonna have sex. Okay. Right? First of all, like I said, the elite dudes that would gain everything anyway, you're not going to take all the women off the table for him. So, like I said, his roster went from, let's say, 5 to 3. Huh? And all the other dudes, they weren't getting it anyway. Good point, Dr. Thunder. And Dr. Thunder says they don't care about the numbers. Exactly. Thank you, Indigo. And Indigo says taking something away from you that you didn't have. Make that make sense. Right. And like I said, Khadijah doesn't come off mean-spirited or anything like that. I just don't think she ever considered this. Right? She never considered that men do not emote like women, and there's no way to get us to emote like women. Right? We're not defective women. I promise you, Khadijah, we're not defective women. I promise you we're not. I know in those spaces and circles that you operate in, y'all may not say it like that, but effectively, that's what it comes down to. Men are, especially black men. Black men are defective black women, and all of their issues stem from them attempting to be men. When y'all say men, y'all really mean white men. Huh? And if they would just move and talk and think and emote the way black women do, then black men would be straight. They would have no problems, none at all. The problem is that black men are trying to hold on to this man stuff. White man. Huh? Man. So yeah, no, watching that number one with Khadijah, but also not ever considering, and she's a black woman. That's why I keep on emphasizing this. You're a black woman. You never considered that these women that are on this celibacy thing and they're not doing the Cheerio thing. Yeah, you're like skimming around it. Yeah, they're doing the Cheerio thing because the hot girl summer thing did not pay off the way they thought it would. It's not as empowering as they envisioned it, right? Or imagined it would be. First of all, duh. Secondly, yeah. And so the reaction is the temper tantrum. This is temper tantrum. So when you're speaking about like I said, these larger, more, these different ideas that I promise you, this is not what women are talking about. That's why I continue to go to these matchmaking shows, everyone. Because when Kevin would talk, these women were not looking for love. They were looking for a lifestyle. That was okay. That was over 2 years ago. Kendra G, same thing. Kendra G, same thing. Not rotative easing. What? Once you said I was like quantitative easing, what? Not rotative easing. And L says rotative easing. That's hysterical. They pumping, giggity. They're pumping money into the system to alleviate the economy. Hysterical. Oh, they taking vagina off the table because they flooded the economy with too much vagina. But once again, just like the money did starting in 08, right? Just like the money, that's funny. It went to a select few at the top. Else, that was funny. I could go so many places with that. Just like the money did, a quantitative easing 1, 2, 3, all those different type of, and most of the vast majority of that money went to the top. And y'all taking the vagina off the table. First of all, when y'all were flooding the system with the vagina, it went to the men at the top. And now they're going to be taking the vagina off the table, except for very, very, very elite men at the top. Right? Hysterical. And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
And we're back. And excuse my background is going to be echoey for a little minute or sound a little weird for a little minute. So yeah, that was hysterical. Where's that comment? Where's that comment? Because I've highlighted it. Yeah, trickle down Cheerionomics, hysterical. Low volume L, hysterical. No, but so there are certain things that men in this man conversation that's both the black manosphere and the white manosphere, et cetera, et cetera. There are certain things that we've been saying for a while now, right? Um, and one of them is how women don't see the men that they don't see, right? Clearly, right? So the men that they're not attracted to, they just don't see them. They don't consider them. They don't consider their plight. They don't consider how much of what women say just doesn't apply to these particular men. They don't consider that there's many men that just they're not that guy. They're not having crazy sex. They're not having sex with multiple women. They don't have a roster. They're not out here in the dating scene. They're not, you know. And so because women don't consider that, they make these very Z, get the word out. Blanket, there we go. Blanket statements, and it kind of destroys their argument. That's if they even had an argument in the first place, right? And listening to Khadijah, that's what Mr. Z was on. There's an assumption there that men are behaving badly, right? And the system is behaving badly, which I would agree with, right? And so women are just taking their vagina off the table, right? There, more and more of them are going celibate. Now, once again, this is not going to be a most or all women thing, right? So let's be very clear about that. But enough women, kind of, if you're following these kind of social media trends, this is where we are now, where women are are speaking about celibacy. How many of them are actually engaging in that? We don't know, right? But they're speaking about being celibate because the men are acting badly and these social media sites are crap. Ladies, all of the social media sites speak about how insanely picky women are, just off of the looks of men from the jump. So, in other words, especially we're speaking about social media sites, and we're basing this off of Bumble and Hinge, etc., etc. What we're finding is that women find a particular type of dude attractive. All of y'all huddle up on these same guys. These same guys are spoiled for choice. They treat the women like these men are spoiled for choice. And then the women get mad at men writ large because of the men they chose. There's 100 guys on Hinge, or let's say Bumble. There's 100 guys on Bumble. Y'all huddle, excuse me, around the top 5 guys. Maybe the top 20 guys get some vagina, and then y'all throw a temper tantrum that the top 5 guys treat y'all like y'all huddling around them. And that's the top guy's fault because what now? Huh? And that gives you 1 second. And we're back. And Low Volume Mel, this is a great comment. And Low Volume Mel says, when women complain about men, you subconsciously have to put in the men I'm attracted to either the front on the or y'all give Z a second. Give Z 1 second because this is talking. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. All right. Let's read that again because we have some technical difficulties. And Low Volume Mel says, when women complain about men, you subconsciously have to put in the men I'm attracted to either the end or to either the front or the end to anything they say. I agree. I agree. Right? Because that really is what it is. They're complaining about the men they're attracted to. And I think Khadijah, like once again, because you're queer and you're not really doing the dude man thing, right? So you don't really appreciate it. And then even with that, she tried to sneak in like no, these women going celibate, then maybe they'll get to explore their sexuality and maybe figure out who they really are. And it's oh, if I heard it, then the other women heard it too. Khadijah, most women they're not doing it. They're not black women. They're not. That's why these women are bi. That's why these women, with a first time, they'll be with a woman, and the second a dude they find attractive is available, maybe not even available, they cheat on their girlfriend with the dude. These women are. Khadijah, you're a black woman. You are a black woman, right? I think y'all be. I really do believe y'all are in y'all bubble so much. Y'all just never consider these things ever. Like I said, y'all read bell hooks, you read other whichever other sex therapists and philosophers and right, all these people that just continue to reestablish to you a certain view of relationships and intimacy and sex that's healthy, and then you just never consider everyone else, huh? You never consider how much what you're saying and what you're thinking and what you're advocating for just doesn't apply to just about anybody else. That most women are not what you're on. That's why I brought up power earlier for those of you that missed it earlier. Um,
and how much. And when you're in a relationship or when you're married, you realize this. It's so that's why you wonder what the hell these other people are talking about. How much women will just give you the power because they just don't want to have to deal with and if you're really paying attention, you realize, oh, you just don't want the responsibility in case anything goes left. You would rather me take the hit than you take the hit to your ego. And once you realize that, there ain't no going back. Because the Khadijas can start flapping their gum all they want. They don't really understand that. Huh? When you're in a relationship as a straight man, that's one thing that is very clear to you. How much women just don't want to do. They, as a matter of fact, to be honest with you, both of you would rather a hit to your ego than her ego because you know she's gonna crumble. Huh? And so when Khadijah talks about the power and then the part and she partner this and partner that, I'm like, I promise you, women be talking all that crap to you. They be saying, "Oh, yeah, girl, you're right, yeah," and then they get in a relationship with a straight man and like, okay, by the way, you taking care of this, and that. Y'all swear it's the men coercing the women into bow to me, patriarchy. If only you knew. That's why y'all can't get rid of patriarchy. Women are too hypocritical. Like I said to FD, have fun telling women what's not gonna come because patriarchy is over, and see them throw a temper tantrum. And he didn't say nothing to that. Y'all remember? I said already, they're trying to strip men of this and not say anything to the ladies and have the ladies just deal with what they got to deal with. Huh? Let the women find out. And as a matter of fact, that's some of the reason why they're throwing temper tantrums. And that's why Mr. Z is over here. Every time y'all step y'all big toe over that line of hypocrisy, I'm on y'all. Because it's too easy. It's too damn easy. I said patriarchy by feminist specifications. I meant it. Because that's what it is. Right? Patriarchy by feminist specifications. It's just nobody wants to grapple with that because it shows the women for the hypocrites they are. This is what radical feminists been saying since the 60s, since the 70s. It's too easy to show y'all for the hypocrites y'all are. Right? Huh. This is something that women are going to struggle with. How do we get the men to still be what we want them to be as men, air quotes men, but not without exercising any of that power that makes us cringe now? And the answer is there is no way. Have fun trying to experiment though. Have fun trying to experiment. Could you pay for everything without exercising any of the power? Could you pay for most things without exercising any of the power? Yeah, that's it. Right? That's what they're really trying to do. I just want y'all to understand. Protect, provide, and shut up. And Khadijah, maybe Khadijah didn't get the memo. Maybe Khadijah, maybe you didn't get the memo that that's what a lot of women are on. So you're really taking them at face value because you're a queer woman. You don't really appreciate the hypocrisy coming from women. I said what I meant. Not the hypocrisy coming from men. The hypocrisy coming from women, FD signifier. Huh? I brought that up to him, and he mentioned. I brought that up. I brought up the hypocrisy that our sons are being hit with. He was like, "Well, the girls, the girls and the women have enough advocates and defenders. Who's defending the boys and the men? FD, I'll wait. You? Who? I'm sorry. Foreign man in a foreign land who call these Negroes nig cells? Who's defending the boys and the men? and then you wonder why they're gravitating to Andrew Tate and to Fresh and Fit. Huh? You wonder why they're gravitating to them, and then you got these kind of playing footsie with radical feminist ass Dr. Richard Reeves. Dr. Richard Reeves, I see what you're doing with the overproduction thing. So Dr. Richard Reeves, he's trying to find the language to get men to overproduce for women. So he's just straight out said it. A real man overproduces so that other people can enjoy that. Absolutely not. Dear left, nice try with what a real man does. Oh, it's beautiful. Huh? Oh yeah, she definitely is. And LAR says, "Isn't that lady African? She might be a rebel in her own culture, cosplaying." Yeah, no, she is. She is. She is. Right. But I think she was born in. She's in Canada now. I think she spent like most of her life in Canada, if I'm not mistaken. But I think she was born in the South. She was born in America, if I'm not mistaken. She was born in the South, and she spent some years here as a kid. And I think her family moved up. Yeah. Huh? But yeah, so these people, they're just out of touch. So Mr. Z is rambling just to say these people are out of touch. They're out of touch. They're out of touch. If you take nothing else from what I've said today, they're out of touch. It is that bubble we thought it is. They are off the reservation like we thought they were. They are who we thought they were. Right? They're still making old ass arguments. They don't appreciate the hypocrisy from women. They don't even factor women's hypocrisy in the conversation. They are working from the paradigm of man as oppressor, women oppressed. Huh? And the best thing for black men to do is imitate black women. And if you don't, then you're a sexist and a misogynoirist. I want to be very clear. When black women say sexist, they don't mean what white men, what white women mean. Black women are saying sexist because they're like, you won't accept my rule, so you're sexist. Black men are sexist because black men won't accept black women's rulership. Huh? And the Khadijas of the world just refuse to grapple with the fact that women are human beings too, and women can be shown to be hypocrites also, entitled brats, right? Huh. Well, iMorphles got another one for me. Give me a second, iMorphles. I'll click it in a minute, right? Give me a second. Let's see if I can hurry up and do this before this turns green. Oh, crap. Wait a minute. Okay, did I get it? Got it. 30-year-old woman breaks down in tears because men keep rejecting her. Oh, I might have to go into that. Pause. But yeah. Is she? What Afro chick? And Jake says, Z, that Afro chick is with the white man now. What Afro chick you talking about? You talking about Khadijah or you talking about the African sister we covered the other day? The Nigerian sister we covered the other day. Oh, the chick you just saw. Okay. I gotta check that out in a minute. My apologies. Mr. Z is on the road right now. But yeah, so like I said, I'm covering this, and I'm just to say these people are out of touch. They are who we thought they were. For Khadijah to talk about celibacy and not factor in these other things, maybe that's what y'all are on. When y'all are celibate, it's I want to cleanse my mind and my body and my spirit. I need to reevaluate. as a person who has had real, I'm talking about in real life, real people conversation with a couple of real black women. It's temper tantrum. It boils down to I'm mad. The Negroes I want. My ex-boyfriend, I really thought it was going to work with him. The dude I was smashing, I really thought it was going to work with him. I thought I could turn the sex into something, and it didn't happen. And I'm angry as hell, so I'm putting the vagina on ice. Huh? These dudes won't bend to my will. I'm giving the vagina to the guys that I want. Okay. But they won't do what I want them to do. I'm putting the vagina on ice. This is not some magic or some, you know, they're making it seem like it's some spiritual connection thing. No, man. Stop. Black women grew up in the same society we all did, neoliberal to the ends of earth, and want to make things transactional until they realize the price on their end. That's something y'all gonna have to grapple with on Black Bread Tube. These people are playing a very dangerous game with their own future. They want to be transactional until they realize what the price is on their end. Huh? Wow. And y'all gives you 1 second. Let me see if I can check this out real quick. And we're back. Hey, I don't know which clip because that was in like a collage of different videos, but definitely I'm waffle. So the one with the sister that just straight up said, "So I had to take a break from social media because like I got caught cheating." She said it so nonchalant. I thought he would take me back, but he didn't. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did I hear that right? Uh, what is Earth in 21st century? What is this? What time am I in? Right? She's just so nonchalant. I got caught cheating. I had to get off of social media because I got caught cheating. Right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Right? But yeah, no. So back to Khadijah. Look, all rambling aside, right? Um, these people are who we thought they are. They were, especially for you young brothers. Yes, obviously there's LGBTQ in my age group a lot. Um, but the Khadijas of the world have a different experience, and they attempt to impose that different experience and the concepts that come from that on everyone else. They don't think that they are. They operate like that's not what they're doing, but there's a serious condescending tone that come from them, as if they're on the cutting edge of humanity, and their worldview is the right worldview, and they read the books that only go to solidify that. That's why they're in love with bell hooks. That's why they're in love with this type of imagery of black men seeking our manhood. And all we have to do is just follow behind black women. If we would just listen to the black women like Khadijah, then everything would be okay. Right? They consume things that only go to reiterate the idea that black men are a failed project. Right? Huh. And the problem with black men is that black men are trying to be men. Right? Do they have much smoke for white men? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right? Huh. Let me see what y'all said here. Give me a second. I don't know if she is. I know Naima said she is. I didn't know that she was um um Muslim, right? Man, what's going on, Bunker TV? All right. Wow, that's my bummer. I'm so stirring even. No. Right? Else is they rationalize the hypocrisy. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. Right? And I'm not gonna keep y'all too long today. Oh, I'm saying that we're an hour and a half. Z. We're about to be an hour and 45 in a minute. I said it and then I looked at the time. Too late. Right. But yeah, let me see. Let me make sure. Let me see. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. That's the sister. Yeah. Okay, I see what y'all saying. Give me a second. Give me a second. Thank you. Yes. Got bruh. Research on point. Yes, that's the sister that. Yes. Okay, now I get it. I'm in. Okay. Okay, you were ahead of me. I kind of didn't understand. Was that you, Jake, or was that I Am Waffles that sent me the link? Either way, I think it was I Am Waffles. But either way, so yeah, that's the African sister. That is exactly who I'm talking about. Pretty. I find her attractive, right? I covered it. Charles covered it. I didn't. I never saw that first clip though. I never saw that first clip. Right. Oh, she's with a white man now. Okay, Jake. And Jake says she's with a white man now. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well. Right. Right. So brothers are over here saying, "Damn, what a waste of pretty," and she ended up with a white dude. I mean, hey, like I keep on asking, I still haven't gotten a real answer from the African brothers. What's up with these sisters? These African sisters ended up with the white dudes. Because notice something. Charles covered it, I covered it, and we're like, God damn, she cute, right? Like, what's going on? What's the problem? Why are you single? And I'm yeah, we gotta take your nigga card away. I said it. Because remember, so now I can actually say it. Fine, screw it. Remember, she was the one who said, I don't want that nigga. I don't want that nigga. I want this nigga. Yeah, clearly, not white dude. Do we got a picture of the white dude? Is there a video for it with the white dude? I don't want this nigga. I want that nigga. Clearly not. You might want to change the words, right? Clearly not. Wow. Jake said she with a white dude now. I can't wait to tell Charles. Oh, I can't wait to tell Charles this. Oh, oh, oh man, I'm sorry, y'all, because when I covered it, I was like, what is going on? You know, like, I find her attractive, right? But like I said, I never saw. Yeah, Jake, let me get them pictures and videos because we got investigation. Right. So, yeah, when I covered it, I'm actually gonna go back and listen to my video on that. But yeah, so, um, I find it interesting. What are we, like 2 years from that time? That's what, some 2 years ago, give or take, when we covered it. And Charles covered it also, and we were both like, wow. But like I said, I never saw that first clip. So I saw the one where she had the African accent, or West African accent, Nigerian accent, whichever one it is. I'm assuming. I don't know what country she's from or her family's from. But so obviously I saw that second clip. So that was the first clip I saw. Then I saw when she came in to defend herself and other women that think like her. So I saw that also, right? And I covered that also, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember correctly, I covered that also, right? So now that we are about a couple years out, and now that apparently, according to Jake, she's with a white dude. Yeah, that's another thing Khadijah got to factor in. How many of these dating apps are these sisters chasing after white dudes? As a matter of fact, all women of color are chasing after white dudes. Huh? And Jake says she's part of that nobody talks to black women in LA crowd. Bro, with her looks, see, this is the thing. I'm a black man from the South, right? Y'all already know Haitian descent, but born and raised in South Florida, been, you know, all through Florida and all up and down the East Coast and whatever. But this young lady could get hitched real quick if she wanted to. She could easily find a brother, easily, right? She could easily find a brother, and a brother. I'm not talking about some loser on his mom's couch. No, easily find a brother. So I don't know about what her difficulty is in LA, right? I need black women to be honest, particularly a certain type of black women, especially a certain type of immigrant background black woman, or immigrant black woman, to be honest. The problem that you have with connecting to black men, particularly ADOS FBA men, is that you think you're better. You think you're above them. That's why you end up with the white dude, because the white dude is the only guy on your level actually above. I need Haitian women that end up with white dudes to admit it. I need Nigerian women that end up with white dudes to admit it. I need Jamaican women that end up with white dudes to admit it. When I say I need, like, the word need is, I'm using that loosely. I don't actually need that, but right. But I need these women to admit that. Stop with all they did the colorism and they texturism and these men didn't value. No. Because if I put a camera on that brother and he goes on a date with you, I could show you the difference between the way you talk to him and the way you talk to the white guy. Look, exposed. And Leon said she was getting smashed by white men in college. She did admit it a while back. So wow, are we talking about the same African sister? Right? Are we talking about the same one in the clip that Jake sent me, or was that I'm Waffles? Right? But I said that before, didn't I? That's one of my things I say all the time on the channel. These sisters go to college, they get ran through by the white dudes, or they having fun with white guys, and then they come back to the hood talking about black men don't value them. Right? These women do not they don't get along with black men and black Americanized men, right? So black ADOS FBA men and Americanized ADOS FBA or Americanized black men from the diaspora, but they do get along with white dudes. Y'all gotta explain that, right? Oh, Waffle said that. Okay, okay, right. Y'all give me a second, but I'm trying to see if y'all with homegirl. No, I didn't get it yet. Right. With the picture in the video of homegirl. Oh, you think Leon meant Khadijah? Okay, okay. Oh, the blonde hair, dark. Okay, so she was. That's it. Look, man. Well, no. Khadijah did all. She did say, um, brothers and sisters were really mean to her when she was growing up because of her skin tone, and obviously it's the brothers and whatever they were saying that really stuck out to her, right? So if that's what she wants to use for whatever she ended up, and she kind of slipped up, and I'm so like I'm annoyed that Khadijah, not Khadijah, Ole kind of cut her off because she was kind of speaking, not really cut her off. Yeah, she did cut her off. Khadijah was about to say something on Ole's channel about how these white dudes be treating them sisters, and she got close to it, and then Ole was trying to get off her what she was saying about how a black woman was speaking to her online about the swirl divester thing, and so Khadijah ended up not getting her point out, and I wanted to hear that because what it sounded like is she was really gonna about to say you be having to chase after these white dudes. It got real like, and that's what it sounded like she was about to say, and I'm like, yeah, duh, right? And Prodigy says, Z, I'm Nigerian. I think you're right. I think some Nigerian women have a superiority complex. Brother, I'm Haitian descent, Haitian women too. I've been around enough Jamaicans my entire life, Jamaican women too, right? And if you think you're better than Negroes, then where else you gonna end up but under the white man's peen? You're above black men, but you under white men. Pfft, literally. Right? So for I'm Waffles to send me the clip of the African sister and then tell me and I first of all I didn't even know she was African descent. I thought she was ADOS when I first saw it a couple years ago. But yeah, for a black woman like that to tell me that's what me and Charles were on. Like, how is she struggling to end up with a dude? There got to be something different. There got to be something up with you. And clearly, well, now that she with the white dude, well, I can't wait to tell Charles this. I can't. Hey, I'm wherever you are, Mr. Faulkner. Right? Wherever you are, Mr. Faulkner, because when he find out about this, but me and Charles, like I keep on saying, me and Charles were like, "You're struggling to find a dude attractive, right?" And then she weeping over here because she went to a wedding, and then now she had all in her emotions about being single and yada 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 yada. Right? but like I said, I think black women have to grapple with, you think you're better than black men. You bought into anti-blackness, particularly when it comes to black men and intimacy and relationships and status and money and lifestyle. So you think you're better than black men, right? So that's why I would argue you find these immigrants and children of immigrants who, I'm talking about the women who find themselves in these very interesting situations. You think you're better than ADOS FBA men, and then you over romanticize white men to the point where even some other black women cringe, right? ADOS FBA men and Americanized black men writ large are the bane of your existence. They're colorist, featurist, texturist, right? But not the white man, right? Huh. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I agree with that. I would agree with that. I'm Waffle says Z. I believe they purposely do the black men don't want me TikTok just to go viral. It works like a charm every time. Every time. Well, because black women desirability is in the toilet. It's not for black men, it's white men. I agree with you 100%. I'm Waffles. This is not about shaming black men. This is about shaming white men and white boys. It's trying to tap into the whatever chivalrous spirit they feel white boys and white men have. Look, damsel in distress, black men and boys don't want me, so come white daddy, come save me. Right? White daddy, come save me. Black boys don't find me attractive. Don't you find me attractive? Right? Black men don't know how to value me. Don't you want to show them how to value me? Right? And Waffle says, I call it PVU, preference victim unit, hysterical. Put it in the book. That sounds like an Ed quote, right? Wow. Yes, and Prodigy says they're looking for white boys to be Captain Save them. Absolutely. I told y'all I got into a little back and forth. She actually banned me from her page. This is forever ago. I mean, like, this is like 2015 era. Um, One of those sisters, she's married to a white dude now, of course. Um, Pretty sister. African descent again, but I keep on asking y'all. I don't know what the hell. We used to be on BuzzFeed. That's why I'm bringing her up. Used to be on BuzzFeed. Um, Speaking about how I used to be made fun of, and black boys didn't like my hair texture and whatever. And I can't remember what I responded to. I actually have my response screenshot, right? So I gotta go find it somewhere. It might be in an old phone, but I remember screenshotting my response. So now that it's forever years later, so damn near a decade later, let me see if I went too far, if I was off the wall, maybe, right? But and I remember going like responding back and then like just getting blocked. So was I deserving of the block? We'll see. I'm gonna try to find that response to her. But I remember thinking that then too, because I've been thinking it for a while, like, what the hell is going on where you continue to find these black women who keep on telling us that black men don't value them, black, and then you're looking at her, you're like, you're attractive. Black men are the garbage men of the dating world, and you're attractive. So you're telling me, as an attractive black woman, black men weren't checking for you? Yeah, this sounds like "Daddy Come Save Me" syndrome, right? This doesn't sound like black men didn't find you attractive. This sounds like you did this for the almighty white obelisk. And if that's the case, then so be it, right? But I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's going on with this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of weirded out. I'm kind of weirded out by this. I'm sorry about that stretch and yawning, you guys. But yeah, I'm kind of weirded out by, especially when it coming from the black diaspora women who live in the U.S. And from my understanding, UK brothers said it's similar over there, but y'all out here with the white girls too, so I don't know, right? Huh. Says they trying to swirl by going through the back door, swirl and divestors grow through the front door. Hysterical. Yeah, the victim, the I'm a victim of black man thing. Yeah, trying to pull on white men's heartstrings and something else. All right, Toya, why you put the covering your face emoji up? Yeah, yeah. And Afro National says, for real, Z, especially seeing attractive women complain about their options. Yeah, that's annoying. Right? Yeah, that's annoying. Because what they're really complaining about are their options. They want, obviously, because of their looks, they want like that top tier, and they might have got crowded out or out competed. Toya, you want me to put you on the spot? You want to do the conversation right now? We could wait if you don't want to do it right now. We can do the conversation right now. I'll drop the link right now. And Toya said, because I'm single and attractive. Right. Oh, she said, sure, why not? Boom. There we go. Y'all ain't even know it. Look at that. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. This link is for Toya only. Toya only. Right? Say it again, Z. Toya only. Okay, y'all give me a second. Y'all give me 1 second. Toya only link. If you try to come up, you're just gonna be sitting in the back, right? Hmm. Oh yeah, and L says, let me read that comment while Toya make her way up. And L says it's similar in the UK. Most black men date and marry black women, but we do be playing in the snow. LOL. We're like 3% over here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember hearing about this a while ago. Yep. What's going on, Toya?
Hey Z, can you hear me good?
Because you, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we've been
My
talk. No, you're good. I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear
okay.
me. I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, so me and Toy we're speaking about doing this a while ago. No, it's not actually a while ago. It's like 2 weeks ago actually. But now we finally got here. I should have if I would have known, I would have set up a different like a little differently. But fine, we'll go with it. F it, we'll do it
Yeah,
live. Go ahead,
yeah,
Toy.
why
Go ahead.
not?
Right.
The title of your stream goes right into what we were talking about anyway, so it's perfect timing, I
Hmm.
think.
I'm literally about to watch this lady back her Camry into the pole thing at the gas station that keeps you from hitting the actual gas pump.
Oh boy.
Oh, she didn't hit it. She didn't hit it. She's just at a weird ass angle. Okay, go ahead. So, okay, I guess what I'll start is okay. So, what was I covering when we first said that like this might be a conversation we might want to have? We were speaking about single women after a certain age, and you said you wouldn't mind speaking about
Yes,
that. Okay.
yes, we were talking. You had mentioned Tracy Ellis Ross,
Yes.
Maya,
Hmm.
and I said, hey, I feel like I'm in that group, in that
Hmm.
category, um, not necessarily by looks, because I'm
Hmm.
not fooling myself, but
Hmm.
um, by criteria, meaning
Hmm.
age and
Hmm.
status in life. And, you know, Only thing is, for me, I'm not willing to marry myself or delude myself into singleness being my fate. And you said
So
that I might be being too direct.
I think, yeah, I'll tell you the same thing I tell my lady and then I tell my younger sister. I,
Hmm.
especially after I put it in my community tab. It might be a couple of videos down. It was a sister that said straight up, like, um, she stopped talking about her marriage because and her man because other women, let's be very clear, she mean black women, um, would be like almost wishing bad on her. Like, oh, you did that, you signed your name on that. Oh, he married you like this. Oh, you better put that money in this, and you better, and it's all of this, like, do this because it's gonna go bad type talk, right? Like, so I'm saying that to say, I I say the same thing to you that I said to my younger sister, that I said to my lady, is when y'all are so direct, I think it puts other black women in a awkward position because they're doing the ego protection thing and y'all are not, right?
Yeah,
And so the pushback is, why aren't you on code?
right.
Right?
Because I
So
don't want to be like y'all. That's if that's what on code gets me, it's it doesn't seem like it's very lucrative. And I don't know why that's not being talked about. That's the elephant in the room. You want us
yeah.
to be on code and join up and join forces for what? How, are we going to magically create a man together? Because that's what I want, and I know you can't give me that.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. I think, okay, so let's, okay, what, okay, I don't know how, what I can or can't ask. So does everybody know about your,
The you can,
go ahead.
yes, go right ahead, please.
Okay, okay, so is it okay if we speak about you living back in Jersey now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you're living back in Jersey now. um how is, I know you're not actively trying to date right now, not like that, but how
No.
is it kind of getting accustomed again, and like, how are the interactions with men right now? I'll say that. How are your interactions with men?
I was just out with my dad the other night, and he asked me the same question. It's so
Mhm.
funny. And I said to him, well, I don't know if I'm a good gauge on that because I typically walk around smiling at people and I'm not afraid to say hello. And I think I'm
Mhm.
generally attractive. So I
Mhm.
think those three things work in my favor in terms of the reception that I get from most men. And I
Yeah.
gave him an example of when I was at the park last week, just my normal working out, walking past a gentleman who was sitting down on the bench. Now, typically, if I'm walking past a man and our eyes meet, I will smile and say hello. But if you're
Mhm.
sitting down and you look like you're engrossed in something, I won't interrupt because it looks like you're busy, right?
Mhm.
And so when I walked past that man, he actually stopped me and said, "You look really lovely today." And I turned back and I said, "Thank you, so do you." And I'm only using that as an example to say that happens to
Mhm.
me more often than not,
Mhm.
and I think it's just because of my disposition. So I would say I have very favorable interactions with men, mostly black
Mhm.
men, but other men
Mhm.
as well.
Mhm.
And the week before that, I met a guy at Krauser's, which is just a convenience store, and he took me to get my car washed just on the strength of saying, "Hey, how are you?" Why? And he's like, "You're so nice. Why is your car dirty? Let's go across the street. Come on." And I was like, "Okay, thanks." Didn't want anything else from me. Didn't ask me for my number. Just said, have a good day.
That story that you just gave is just a testament to, like, just not being an a-hole. This goes back to the Kevin Samuels video episode where he spoke on just smile. Just smile. And you smiling got your car washed. You being pleasant got your car washed. Dude didn't ask for
Yeah,
your number. He didn't try to smash nothing. Just you were pleasant and you got your car washed. And there you go.
yeah,
It was like
yeah,
20-30 bucks a car wash, right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Because I
you
have
see?
a compact SUV. Well, yeah.
See? So the so okay, so because you're generally a pleasant person, you're having these interactions with men, and that could become something. So like
Hmm.
it's running the numbers. It's what we do as men. You just run the numbers, and you stack up numbers, and eventually something's gonna hit. And then eventually, out of the things that hit, that might turn into something, right? So just being a pleasant person, and even if it's not a conscious thought, that could end up as something. So that's number one. But number two, so all right, the the celebrities I was using, I don't think that you align. I think maybe you being single and being at a certain age might be that similar. I think the fundamental difference is your self awareness, and that makes a world of difference. Actually, the self awareness makes a world of difference, right? Because when you look at Maya, for example, right, and you mentioned not marrying yourself. When you look at Maya, I think she got spoiled so quickly by being around Master P and being with Sukta Shaka that bar is too damn high, right? At a young age too, right? So like I think I don't that even though she's famous in her own right and she's talented in her own right, that causes a level of delusion I don't think you have, right? So how do you okay, I guess what I'm asking is how do you okay, here's a better question. What was your high point out of do you have a high point of being or dating a guy and like you're like this is at least for right now this looks like the guy. I like the way we're living. I like the way he treats me. I like the things he gets me. I like where we go. Right. For the most part, this looks like what it's going to be. Have you ever been in that situation?
Oh yeah, I would say my high school sweetheart, honestly.
Mhm.
Um, he kind of set the bar, and he was a really, even though we were both young, he was very much he prioritized me in a way that made me feel special. He bought me
Mhm.
gifts. He treated me kindly and um kind of ushered in some of the first iterations of what it meant to be a lady for me. He showed
Mm,
me that. And I don't think I would have gotten that anywhere else because no one, like my mom wasn't really spending time on showing me that.
mhm,
And my great granny did to her best ability, but there weren't that many other examples of that around me. And so when he and I started dating, he would kind of,
mhm.
it's things that I do now that he taught me, like in terms of understanding where to stand, um, where he should
Mhm.
sit versus where I should sit.
Yep, yep.
Um, being gracious and saying thank you and how to express gratitude so that it doesn't come across flirty. Things like that that I still employ to this day and I think has worked for me, but things that nobody really actually sat down and taught me the importance of. It wasn't until later and even coming into this space and listening to you guys that I started to make connections between, oh, like this is why guys don't like it when women are quote unquote mouthy because there's a
Mhm.
time and a place for things. You can always say what you feel to your boyfriend or whatever when
Mhm.
it's you two together, but in a public forum that may not be the best time to express
Yeah.
yourself.
Can I go into that? It
Yeah.
it you give other men the license. When you're mouthy to your man in front of other men, what you're communicating to other men is that your man does not have any control. And so it's like, oh, you don't got no control. It's not it's really not even about you.
Right.
It's oh, you don't got no control over there. Oh, you's a whole excuse my language, you's a whole bitch,
Hmm.
right? And so what that communicates to him is that oh, so if you don't got no control over there, that mean I can do whatever I want to do to you too. That's number one. Number two, depending on the situation, you also give the green light that this man is weak, and that can and put it pretty much it's allowing other men to see this man as weak, right? A easy target, right? Because this person clearly doesn't have control um over their own woman. And as sexist as that may sound, as patriarchal as that may sound, you can find your man on his back because of that, right? So like that's something I think a lot of women take for granted is when you disrespect your man or when you're a little too mouthy in public, it's not about you anymore. It's the perception of your man now. And the perception is that your man is a pushover, he's soft, or he's some type of effeminate, or he's some type of weak.
Right. And this is the same
Right?
man that you're expecting to have protect you. So
Yeah, if
why
something
not
go
make
left.
it
Yep.
harder for him? You know?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so that your high school sweetheart is the person that pretty much set the bar
Yep.
for okay. All right. Is there hmm, when you've dated other men after that,
Hmm.
do you subconsciously say, you know what, I have a expectation, I've experienced certain things, and this is I want someone to at least meet this standard. Do you catch yourself doing that sometimes or all the times?
I really don't because I think that instinctually I can recognize that type of person and that's who I would normally gravitate towards
Okay,
because
okay.
even since then I've only had two other relationships outside of that. And in both
Mhm.
instances they treated me with the same level of respect um and protection. And so I never really had the need to say, well, my first boyfriend used to do this, or why don't you do this like my
Mm,
first boyfriend? You know what I mean? Yeah, there are differences within each of them for sure, but I still felt like I achieved or received the same level of treatment from all of
mhm.
them without
Okay.
having to ask for it, you know?
If you have to ask for it, then you can. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
bigger problems. Then I agree with you on
yeah,
this.
we shouldn't
I
be
agree.
doing this.
Right. If you have to ask, and then y'all already treading water, right? Like, yeah.
Hmm.
No, I agree with this. I agree with this. So, okay. Um, just to be clear, I don't see you the same way as definitely not the Vivicas. Oh boy, but not the Chili's, not the Mayas, because like I said, the self awareness is an important factor. Um, that's number
Maybe
one.
there's a link between that and baby hair, because my baby hair doesn't do that too. So maybe that's why you don't see me that
You
way.
got that. That's true because Maya still got baby hair. Chili still
I'm
got
just
baby hair.
saying.
That's hysterical. I just thought about that when you said it. That's crazy. Chili's a whole what 50 what 50 something years
She's
old and
still
she's
rocking them.
still got the
Hmm.
baby hair. Jesus Christ, lady, let it go. Let it go. Let you about grandma age. Her son
Look,
can have a kid at any moment now if he doesn't already. You're about grandma
right.
age. You can let the baby hair go, like for real, right? So, no, okay. So, all right. So I know, you're looking for work right now and whatnot. So, what is the goal now? When it comes to work, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to like, are you going to put yourself out there more and more? Are you going to try to get your career back up and running, or what's the goal now?
The goal now is to get back on my feet because I'm
Hmm.
still single,
Hmm.
but to not make my career more of a focus than companionship. Honestly, I know that that was a mistake I made when I was
Mm,
um, with the guy that I was engaged to. And so I now see that focusing on things outside of um, solidifying that bond and keeping that going is what got me to where I'm at now. And so
mhm,
I would never relinquish that again. If I find myself in a situation where I'm going to be seriously dating someone, just making sure that they know that my priority is with that companionship and that level of intimacy that I would be seeking versus putting in long hours at work. And at this stage of the game, it's really not about the climb anymore as much as
mhm.
it is about maintaining a
Yeah.
certain quality of life. And so that's really what the goal is for me. I think there's a lot of life still left in me and youth still
Mhm.
left in me. I have a lot of love to give, and I'm really looking forward to giving that to someone who not only enjoys it but wants it. Um, and that's really more of what it is about. It's not about me flashing in front of a guy how much I make or what I can bring home, as
Mhm.
much as it is about what can we build together, and how can I add value.
That that's important. What you just said here, I think, is a major distinguishing line between you and others that find themselves in your same situation, but aren't like the women I'm about to describe right now. The other side of where you are is it's not talking about companionship, not in that way, right? It really is still very transactional, right? And that's for women that are doing well financially, and for those that are not doing well financially. They can't, and that's why I bring up neoliberalism and all this other stuff that affects the way we see each other in relationships and intimacy. And what you just said here is pretty much, yeah, I'm not looking through those lenses. That's not the angle I'm coming at, and that's important because it sets you apart from once again like a Meyer or a Chili, which once again the Chili is kind of different because now she at least she's more famous than the white dude. I'm assuming she makes more money than him also, but right. Um no, that matters. So right now it's you're gonna focus on your career, and then hopefully meet someone and kind of figure it out with that. Okay, so that's that. Um what is Toya's type?
Okay, ready?
Hmm.
I love answering this question.
Hmm.
So physically, I love long and lean, dark-skinned men. However,
Hmm.
I don't discriminate because as I've gotten older, I've found myself attracted to other types of men,
Hmm.
and I'm not against the dad bod. I love a stomach I can rub on and lay on. But aside from
That's funny.
aside from physicality,
Hmm.
I am silly, so I need to be able to laugh. You need to be able to make me
Hmm.
laugh, but also enjoy laughter with me.
Hmm.
But I like someone who is cerebral as well, that we can talk
Hmm.
about things and that I can shed light on, or be shed some light on in terms of how I think of things, because I know that have a tendency to delve deep into things that may not be so deep, but I like for you to
Hmm.
go with me on that trip sometimes.
Yeah. Yep.
Um,
Yep.
that we're not necessarily discussing whatever hot topic or reality TV show is going on, because I just don't have any interest in that kind of coupledom. But I would like for us to be passionate about some of the same things, and that
Mm,
we can, kind of just wax
mhm,
poetic
mhm.
together about
This is where Mr. and Mrs. Z have entered the chat. Because
them.
this is us all day. For real.
I
Pause
love
that, babe.
y'all,
We're
I
about to go
do.
on a 30-minute soliloquy about this crap.
Yeah, for
No,
real.
it
And
really
that's
is.
and it's fun when you can do that. When you
I'm
can
telling
watch a
you.
show together and go deep on an aspect of that show, or a scene or
Yep.
a clip, and
Yep.
it's like, yeah,
No, that no. When you were saying that, I'm like, that's us. So also, I
yeah,
would like to apologize to you, Toyo, for torturing you and all my subscribers with all of this. These content creators, particularly like not so much the FDs and stuff like that, because those are academics, and
hmm
like educators and whatever. But like the Yannies and stuff, I'm sorry for torturing y'all that with that. Um, but I'm doing that for a reason, because those people's influence. So that's why I continue to cover them and critique them, is because you don't leave the person that has 250,000 subscribers, you don't leave them on the table and act like they don't matter, because as much as whimsical as what they're saying may be, they have the ears of your daughters,
that's right.
right? So maybe not your daughter literally, but they have the ears of your daughter's
Yeah,
generation. That's why you
yeah,
you critique them, and you offer pushback and a different perspective, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to what you were saying about like the celebrity gossip stuff and whatever. And I I I get I never really followed it before, either, but especially at this age, I only find out about things because of coworkers, or because it's somehow it somebody that I'm somebody that I'm subscribed to covered it, and so now I know about it, right? But when it comes to actual content creators on YouTube, oh no, I'm on that. But actual celebrities, nah, I don't really keep up with that anymore, and I don't know how much I did before. Okay, um, so yeah, no, okay, so it's the taller, darker skin for the most part, but then it's not exclusive to that. And then you need someone that makes you laugh, which is important. I do believe in laughter. That's why Mr. Z giggles like a schoolgirl. And also someone that can delve into a topic more than surface level.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
And doesn't mind my being affectionate because I'm very affectionate.
Yeah, like I so okay. What do you think about the way we sound? When I say we, I'm really talking about black women. But what do you think about the way we sound currently when it comes to exactly what you just said? Intimacy and affection. Affection. Like the way we speak about everything that may lead to sex, but it might not, right? Like
Right,
all the,
right.
exactly, right? So, like, uh, what do you think about where we women, black women, are right now with uh, yeah, intimacy, affection that could lead to sex but might not. What do you think about that right now? Mhm.
I think that there's uh a big gap because there's an expectation for it to just appear out of thin air as opposed
Mhm.
to understanding that there's an investment you have to make to get there. And so you hear all these gender war conversations specifically talking about what you're not getting and why you want to get this, but you're not getting
Mhm.
it because this and that. But it's like you can't expect for every man that you meet to know what it is that you want, but also to give it to you in the exact form that you want it without the sweat equity. And I think that's really the overarching theme, this expectation that is so wide and expansive, but yet doesn't take into consideration how to get there and what you have to do to access it.
Mm. Okay, here's
And I
a
think I
no,
go ahead.
keep going.
I was gonna say, I think it comes easier when we're younger because we have so much going on. There's so many pools that we get put into just by virtue of
Mhm.
age, right? You
Yes.
tend to meet more people. So, like you were saying earlier, it's the law of averages. You're
Mhm.
meeting more people, so you naturally have more people to choose from. So you'll naturally gravitate towards whoever gets sifted through the different filters.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
and so, but as you get older, you're a lot more intentional with where you spend your time. So you're definitely not
Yes.
going to meet as many people, but that's okay. But you just have to also then be intentional about how you're spending your energy towards intimacy. So if I'm willing to entertain so many people on a 10% level basis, then how much am I really going to expect to get in return of that? Whereas if
Mhm.
I spend 50% here and 50% there, I might get more of a return versus
Yes.
5, 10%.
No, I agree with that. I agree. I already forgot the question I was going to ask you because of what you just said. But,
Sorry.
but no, that's good. No, no, that meant that that's definitely something to think about. And I agree with the investment in time and energy. Um, I think I think too many of us are risk averse, and so maybe that's why
Hmm.
we don't want to invest that time and energy for fear of getting hurt.
Yeah.
So Mr. Z
Yeah.
just walks around with his heart on his sleeve, with the full expectation of getting that crushed, right? Just rolled over, backed up, and rolled over again. And it took me a while to get here. So broken heart didn't actually make me want to encase and like block it off. It just made me say, you know what? Okay, if it's gonna happen anyway, I might as well go all in because it's gonna happen anyway. So and then hopefully, when you crossing fingers and just hoping and right, praying and knocking on wood. So I really was on the hopefully I meet someone that values me more than whatever little aspect of me they actually enjoy. And I got lucky and I did. But and I think a aspect of this is just sheer dumb luck.
Mm-hmm.
right? I do believe in being intentional. I do believe in being deliberate. I do believe in leaving yourself open enough, right? Not naively, but open enough to meet someone. All of that, right? But I
Yeah.
also do believe in just sheer dumb luck, right? So
Right.
you
But
meet
that
certain
that
people and
luck
this got lucky. Go ahead, go ahead.
that luck runs out the older you get. That was my
Uh,
point. Like, you
yeah.
guys
Yep,
found each
yep.
other at a time where the window was closing but not quite closed. You
Yes.
found each other where there was still enough of an opening that you were able to make out each other and say,
Hmm.
let's get a little closer here. There's something
Yes.
there.
Hmm.
And then you worked on it. But I think
Hmm.
as you
Hmm.
get older, the window becomes more and more closed. And then when the window closes, you might have blinds, you can see out of it, but are you letting anything in? So, you know,
Mm, I do
and I
believe
like
that.
using windows as an analogy because I mean I can go so many different ways with that. But yeah, I think there's really something to be said for age, and I think with me, the whole self-awareness thing is like, all right, you hit 40, girl. Like
Hmm.
that, there's no getting around that. No matter how many times people tell me I might not look it or I might look good for my age, the fact still remains. And so people are not going to be as willing and as eager as you probably were when you met Miss Z
Hmm.
at this stage in the game. And if I'm dating older, they've already been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, returned it.
Hmm.
And so I always am thinking about that, which is why I said the thing about adding value, because I'm coming
Hmm.
into something without very much baggage because I don't have children, I have never been married, and I don't suffer from the resentment and anger of a broken heart, right? So those
Hmm.
might be pluses to someone
No,
who
that
has
ain't a might kill you. That's a plus. As a person that was in I've been out of the dating scene for like 3 years now, a little over 3 years, right? About three. Um, that lack of resentment, oh boy, that pays in dividends. I'm gonna tell you right now that that the resentment thing, woo, especially as a black man, that
yeah.
it's it. And I said that to you before, like so the competition isn't with the 25-year-old you, right? The 40 and 45 and 50-year-old bitter and even 35-year-old bitter sister, like that's the competition. And but here's the thing, they're not really competing. They think they are, but they're not. Their actions are in the way they view the world is in the way they view men is in the way. And so you being more self-aware and that lack of resentment, oh man, the lack of resentment, yeah, it doesn't cloud your judgment, right? Yeah, no, and that makes a
Yeah, I
world
mean
of difference.
that's what
Go ahead,
keeps
go ahead.
my access to silliness too.
Hmm.
Honestly, like I just want to. This is why you'll see me type things in the chat that are off color sometimes because I'm always finding the joke in things. Um,
Hmm.
and I love that about myself. But I also can be very serious. And sometimes people will say to you, like people who've known me for 10 plus years will say to you that I'm too deep sometimes, which is true.
Hmm.
But I like to have the ability to let my silly flag fly. And if I feel comfortable and safe enough to do that with you, then I'm gonna do that. You know, it's just again, it's about access and intimacy and what you're willing to build towards, and understanding that at this big age, everybody doesn't deserve access to that. So,
Yeah,
you know,
I agree. No, the silliness is important. The silliness is what keeps things spicy. It keeps things like like so. Y'all not gonna believe this. Offline, yeah, like I giggle like a schoolgirl still. My lady look at me weird, but like I'm far more serious offline, right? And like which I have to bring in the silliness um in my relationship, and it's not even deliberate. It's something that I am purposely, let me take that back. It is deliberate because I know that if I don't do that, then I will drag me and my lady down into like the deepest depths of like being too analytical, maybe too um I guess that's when you start going down black pill, which I can get into, but like for most women, that's depressing land. That's when you get to nihilism. Um, so yeah, no, I the silliness, I think it keeps you from getting too down, right? The what's the Baldwin quote? To be black in America is to be in a constant state of rage, or black and aware in America, I think it was. Is to be in a constant state of rage. And yeah, no, so that the silliness is a balance of that. So I appreciate what you said about just you know being silly, and that's good that's something that you take on, because I think that allows for the man to kind of be a bit more serious. Okay, and this is kind of going to be one of the questions I asked you before, but kind of framed it a little differently to bring out a little different type of answer. What type of men have been flirting with you and approaching you, both when you were in Texas and when you came back? Let me add that. Right.
Oh, see, you threw the curveball there.
Yep.
It's a
Yep.
very different caliber of man in New Jersey than there is in Texas. I'll tell you
Let's
that for
do
sure.
Texas first, and then go to Jersey.
One time I was at 7-Eleven, and I was standing behind a guy in Texas who, when
Hmm.
he turned around and saw me, I guess he liked what he saw, so he decided to seize the opportunity to talk to me. Now, this man
Hmm.
was wearing jean shorts and a button-down shirt, which he had opened about three-quarters of the way with no undershirt on it. Okay,
Hmm.
and and he, I I wasn't trying to once him over. I really wasn't, but I couldn't help but notice that his feet were out. He had on like flip-flops, and his feet looked like he had never taken care of them before, ever in life. And
Mm.
you know, he asked me for my number, and I politely declined because there was nothing about what I saw that I that said that I wanted to talk to him or get to know him at all. Not to mention the fact that he looked like he had been drinking.
Mm.
So he
Yep.
wasn't in his right mind. That's one
Huh.
instance. Another instance is a guy I met at a Waffle House who was so proud of his seven children that he showed me pictures of all of them. And, and you know, he was nice. He had a nice smile. And I told him as much, and
That's
he's
how he
like,
got the
"Oh,
seven.
yeah." And I mean, I wasn't confused about it. He was charming. He had a nice smile. I got it. And then he's like, "I'm trying to get to know you more." And I was like, "Well, I
Baby
don't
number
think you
eight.
have time."
So he
I
thought,
was like, "I don't think you have time for me. You have two jobs and seven children, of which a couple of them have had children." And I'm like,
oh boy,
"You're nice, but I can't."
Toya would have jumped
I
from
did.
no kids to Grandma Toya.
But the thing is, honestly,
Hmm.
Lee, I gave him my phone number. I did because
Mm.
I was like, I liked his approach. I liked the fact that he was persistent.
Hmm.
But after one conversation, that was it. We didn't really have much to discuss after that. And I'd
Mm.
rather
Hmm.
it go that way than for me to just
Hmm.
outright deny you just based on what I see you presenting as.
Hmm.
Because I think that's where you get to the gory more so than not. By
Yeah.
by scoffing at people and making them feel like they're less than, I don't think
Hmm.
you get there any quicker. You're not
Hmm.
doing yourself any favors, but you're also not doing yourself a disservice by actually taking a chance to get to know someone. So that's typically my response. I unless you come at me crazy, I probably will give you my phone number as long as you're respectful.
Mm. Yeah. Trell over
Um,
here being Trell as usual. He said Grammy T.
yeah,
Trell.
yeah.
Hysterical. Okay, so that's
But
Texas.
even now, yeah, and,
Okay, go
and,
ahead.
and
Go
to
ahead. Hmm.
answer your question about New Jersey,
Hmm.
I told you about the guy at the park.
Hmm.
Um, I I've met a couple of other guys as well. Um, and even when I was out with my dad, someone, approached me, which normally never happens because people always think I'm his date. But
Hmm.
I was just gonna say that I think um understanding that you have to take a chance in order to get what you want is really key. And so I do want to marry a black man. So I'm always going to give a black man the time of day. but you have to at least, approach me or put it out there that you're interested in some kind of way. Because I'm
Hmm.
also
Hmm.
not gonna, I'm really not the, hey, shorty, what you up to? Where you can I get your number? I'm not that girl. I'm never
Hmm.
gonna
Hmm.
be that girl. I would much rather you ask me because I'm not gonna ask you because I'm
Yeah.
old fashioned in that way.
Yeah.
I don't knock women for going after what they want. If
Hmm.
that works for you, fine, but that's just not really my MO. But also, like, the opposite is also true. If you're coming on way too strong, I'm more likely to get turned off by that.
Hmm.
Because I've had that too, where it's like you meet the guy at the
You lay
bar
it
and
on
he's
way
like
too
putting
thick.
his arm around you and he's like
Hmm.
wanting to dance with you all night, and it's like, all right, cool. I think you're cute, but you'll never know because you're making it way too easy. Like,
Yeah, you're doing too much. You just
yeah,
yeah.
you're doing too much.
Yeah, I'm doing too much. Afro
That's the
National,
thing.
thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. So that so in Jersey that was Texas. In Jersey it's a bit different, right?
Yeah.
What did you see as the difference? And okay, so we're kind of going in that lane anyway. What was the difference between where you were in Texas and where you are in Jersey concerning men? Like what would you say would be maybe one or two of major differences?
I gotta take accountability for this because I
Hmm.
wasn't as comfortable in Texas, so I didn't put myself out there as much.
Hmm.
Um, and just based on how I was finding it out there, I really wasn't myself. I'll be honest.
Okay.
I had
Okay.
become sort of a recluse there, but here,
Hmm.
because I know my way around and I know people, I'm definitely a lot more outgoing. So I think
Hmm.
that's more on me than it is on men in Texas.
Okay. Okay. Here's a question because I'm the child of immigrants. If I'm not mistaken, you
Hmm.
said your mom is Jamaican descent.
No, my
Mm,
my
cor-
dad, my dad's family is
Oh, so it's the other
Jamaican
way.
descent, but my
Okay.
mom is a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay. 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 What do you think about the diasporan wars
Mm.
concerning gender? Because you see, I've been circling around it, and I'm not even circling around it no more. But at first, I was circling around, and now I'm just making straight aim. What do you think about this back and forth that seems to be gendered, but also part of the diasporan war?
I think you have to have an appreciation for, I'll say, Caribbean upbringing because
Hmm.
it's different.
Hmm.
And I think a lot of times we like to just throw everybody in the same bowl, and it's really not. There's not a similarity with reference to how Caribbean men are raised versus American black men are raised.
Hmm.
Um, and I think that in Caribbean culture, traditionally, there's more of an honor and reverence placed on the men, just
Hmm.
sight unseen.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
but here, there's like a general disdain that you're almost born with and is downloaded into you as you become an adolescent woman. So that's the biggest difference. And so if we're not going to learn about that separation, then we really shouldn't be having the conversation because that's
Mm.
like a base, like I could sit here and say to you, I'm a French Dominican. And what does that
Hmm.
mean? I'm
Yep. Yep.
Haitian.
Yep.
What are you talking
Yep.
about?
Yep. Yep.
Like,
Yep.
so we got to get on the same page about that and those delineations first before we go to the second part.
I'm glad you brought that up. Was okay. So what and so I don't know if you ever watched the Grapevine when it used to be on
Yes,
YouTube. Oh, so you
yes,
did. Okay. What
yes.
you just described is what I saw. I didn't have the language for it back then because
Hmm.
but I saw it, right. I'm like, y'all are talking like black American men are put on a pedestal above their sisters. That ain't the dynamic over here. And it was this is
Yeah.
pre, online diasporan war stuff. So I could see the difference in the analysis, but I couldn't really put my finger on it, and I didn't necessarily have the language to describe it. And you just described it exactly. There's we understand we understand that, okay, in different cultures of black people, maybe the son is put he's they know that he's going to be the quote unquote patriarch of the family, right? So there's a certain level of deferring to him that
Hmm.
happens that does not happen in ADOS FBA community for many, right? Or for
And it's
most.
not
E-
questioned either.
Exactly. And and I think what you just described, like there needs to be a respect for that, so that when we
Yeah.
describe the different um proclivities of
Hmm.
our different kind of communities in the Black diaspora, we make note of, like, I'm speaking about this experience, right, not that
Right.
experience. And that's
Right.
important, because when we don't do that, then what ends up happening is ADOS FBA men get clubbed upside the head because
Hmm.
you feel a certain way about the way your dad treated your brother, but you're Nigerian, you're Haitian, you're Jamaican, right? And that's not exactly the same thing as what's going on in the ADOS community. So and I'm actually glad that Nigerian sister that I covered the other day, that she did what she did. She made a very distinct difference between Black American men, right, and everybody else. And I think, like, it's she kind of spoke to what Tariq Nasheed's been speaking to, and I think that's important. So okay, and so you don't have a do you have a preference for more ADOS, more Americanized, maybe Caribbean descent, maybe West African, East African? Do you have anything that you see yourself that you tend to gravitate to?
I love a Caribbean man. However, I
Hmm.
have never been in a relationship with one. So do with that
Hmm.
information what you will.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you don't got a side chick, I don't even know what you're doing if you're a Caribbean dude. But
True.
I don't even know. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Let me see your flag. Um,
Right.
I'm joking. I'm
What you
joking.
got on your
Right?
feet?
Like,
Hold up.
right? Let me see. Let me see what. I don't know. We gotta go have a meeting because you ain't repping right. And like I'm joking, right?
Yeah.
But kind of not. But no. So
If you
okay,
know,
yeah,
you
no.
know.
If you know, you know, for real, for real. You find out at the funeral. Right?
Hmm.
So it's funny because, like, it's borderline true. Um, so okay, so you've been more in relationships with ADOS men, or all of
Yes.
your relationships have been ADOS.
All
Okay,
of
okay,
them. Yes, all of
okay,
them.
okay, okay. Um, okay, yeah, no, like, so everybody knows my lady is ADOS. Um, and like, but I've said it on, I have a thing for the Jamaican act, like the patois accent. I have
Yes.
a thing for, right, and it's like
Same.
that's everybody talks about the French, whatever, and I'm like, man, it's too close to home, right? Like, everybody talks about that. Everybody talks about the British accent. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I guess, but no, it really is the patois for me. Um,
Right.
right. So that's number one. So yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely could see that. Okay. So um, what are Toya's deal breakers?
Um, I would say a lack of concern for oneself. Like if I
Hmm.
see that you don't take care of yourself in any kind of way,
Hmm.
that's a deal breaker. Because only thing I'm gonna do is try to enhance how you take care of yourself. So if you don't even have a base level of that,
Hmm.
hard pass. Um, Another deal breaker is just an inability to have a sense of humor. Because like
Yeah.
I said, I can make a joke of just about anything, and sometimes it's inappropriate, and you need to be able to pick up what I'm putting down. I have a very
Mm-hmm.
strong sarcastic bone in my body, and it comes out to play quite a bit. So you need
Hmm.
to be able to keep up with that. But
I
also,
seen it in the comments.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
And so, and that's light. That's pretty light. If
Hmm.
you got to know me in person and we go out or something like that, it'll really
Hmm.
come out then. But again,
Hmm.
it's also about time and place and understanding the setting and also maintaining my feminine frame, right? We talk
Hmm.
about male frame all the time, but that's a major key too. Like I was saying earlier, knowing that this might be not be the right time to pick that bone, but when you get home, when you guys are behind closed doors and you can talk about it like two people who care about each other,
Hmm.
then you do that versus being out and about or at a work function, for example. And you know, like with me, I'm a big grammar snob, right?
Yes.
Took me a while to learn how to fine tune that and use it in a way that was helpful rather than hurtful. And
Hmm.
so maybe not saying to him, hey, you use gambit when you really meant to use gamut. Those are two
Hmm.
different words. They mean two
Hmm.
different things. But I'm not going to say it to you right in the middle of your speech or right at the table with your boss. I'm going to wait till we get home and say, hey, babe, I noticed you kept saying this, this, and this. This word that you're using, I think what you meant is this. So maybe next time try to incorporate that. Because I
Hmm.
still want you to sound intelligent, but I want you to get off whatever it is that you have to get off.
Yep,
And
yep,
it
yep.
doesn't need to look like it came from me.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's important to know when and where, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, no, my lady will just give me an eyebrow. If I misspeak, she'll be
Yeah.
like, right? Be like, you sure
See?
about that? She hit me
But
with the
you know
yeah,
what that means.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. She hit me with the it'd be the rock eyebrow too. Like when the rock was a wrestler, that
And that's the kind of intimacy I'm looking to have, where I just give you a look and you know, based off of how my mouth is twitching, that you just said something insanely idiotic. But we'll talk
right.
about it later.
No, it happens. And for me, um, so I just like you. So I think what's helped me balance um a certain level of intellectualism is not having the paper to back it up. It's actually a good thing in this respect because it's like, eh, do you want to risk trying to check that person and then be wrong and then look like the
Yeah.
tinfoil hat guy, right? So, um,
Yep.
I don't have the leeway, is what I'm saying, to like, right? So that's helped me like tamp down some of the checking, but I used to be the I said this to BGS before. I used to be the actually guy, right? So Toya, let's say you
Oh,
say something, and I'll be
actually.
like, Toya, yeah, exactly, like, right? And Toya's like dead ass wrong, and I'll be like, actually, right? And
Let
the
me help you.
actually, right? Oh man, the actually was the worst. And there's nothing like dramatic that happened. I didn't say that one time and be proven way wrong. I just, when you just wake up one day and you like, damn, I was being a dick, like, and I just stopped. It was literally that. It's not. I didn't have to have any hard lessons or anything like that. I just stopped. Like literally, just like what, that's just not who I am anymore, and I just stopped. So yeah, okay. So that self awareness is important, right? This is not the time or the place, and let me kind of let let me give you this suggestion, but I'm going to do it in a space and in a time that doesn't threaten your manhood or that doesn't embarrass you, that doesn't put you in a negative light, especially in public. Because I do believe that a couple is a unit, right? A couple is a unit. A wife and a husband is a unit, and like if you're not looking out for your spouse, then I don't know what the hell you're doing, right? So and I have like from a person that comes from married parents, my parents hit 38 years a couple months ago, and from a person that comes from that, like yeah, the public, like we could be at war at home, but the public perception needs to be unit, right? So yeah, um okay, so with that, I had another question, and this question was gonna be important. Does Toya see herself walking down the aisle? Um, and in which time? Like within 5 years, within 10 years? Um, and to I was gonna say what to what type of guy, but you already kind of answered that question. Yes. Does Toya see herself walking down the aisle, and what does that look like?
Toya does.
Okay.
It may not be a church aisle. It may be
Hmm.
something less formal. But
Hmm.
yes, I do. And I see it happening in less than 5 years, to be quite honest with you.
Mm.
Um, I think that the ego death that I just underwent earlier this year and just with having to
Hmm.
come back to New Jersey has put the finishing touches on who I'm meant to be for someone.
Hmm.
And I'm really embracing that and just being patient about it, but also sure that I will know when it shows itself.
Eager and patient at the same time.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
because I know what I have to give and that it will be given, but I'm just not willing to squander it.
Yeah. No, that Mr. Z experienced ego death. That was in my late
Hmm.
20s, right? Which kind of ushered me from one space to another space. And that talk about humbling experiences, goddamn, right? So,
Yeah,
so I
for real.
definitely understand the ego death. Um, which is fun because like in the middle of it, it's woe is me. But when you're on the other side, especially if you make it out successful on the other side, it really is. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is
Yeah.
definitely a better situation than right. If I would have
Right.
stayed the course the other way, right?
Yeah, and instead of trying to
Yeah.
shoehorn myself into something that really didn't
Right.
align with me or wasn't the
Mhm.
best for me, I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, I can be patient and wait for what
Mhm.
is right
Mhm.
because it will be that much more worth it. And I really do. I do see that coming for me, and I do see that being something that I can come back and tell you all about and really be proud of,
Mhm.
honestly.
Mhm.
Because another thing I think a lot of people in this space don't realize is that um, I've been very transparent, and who I say I am is truly who I am. And
Second that.
yeah,
Mhm.
I think that the few people who I have met in person would back that up. And shout out
Mhm.
to Indigo Flow because he and I have spoken as well offline, and I
Mhm.
think he can vouch for that too. But I'm not saying that to puff myself up or sound pompous. I'm saying
Mhm.
that to say that I think you get closer to that glory I was talking about by not being anything other than yourself. And
Yes, I
coupled
agree.
with the self-awareness, it's this comfortability that I have with being vulnerable now and understanding that I don't always have the answers and being able to say, oh, my bad, that wasn't right. Or,
Mhm.
being able to be corrected, understanding that even something I thought I was right on at one point, I'm actually not. Like
Mhm.
all of those things work in concert to be attractive to the right person. So it's just a matter of time.
No, that so this is why I said earlier that you're different than a Maya, right? You're different than a Tracy Ellis Ross because I don't know if they have experienced that. Or better yet, let me don't take that experience because I think everyone experienced ego death. I don't know if I don't know because Trump and Biden's son. I don't know if let me take back that I don't know if everyone experienced ego death. Some people might get lucky and don't. Um, but no. So what you just said about ego death and how you just framed what you just said. So I would say I think there's a lot of people that they don't have that level of self awareness. They don't view others in the way that you do, and you could see it by the outcomes in their life, particularly obviously their the intimate outcomes in their life. And I think that makes a world of difference in when you are truly trying to be with someone for real, not a walking ATM machine, not a cheerleader, right? Like, are you gonna do? Would you like someone to cheer for you? Absolutely. Like that's part of your spouse's obligation. But just essentially a yes man, a cheerleader, no. I think that's what makes what you're saying different than the people that I often critique and the people who I use the celebrities that I use their name um to as an example of maybe what we shouldn't be trying to achieve, right? Outside of career and outside of achievement, when it comes to this intimacy. Oh, this is a comment I really got to make. I don't know how much we should be leaning on women. Um, achieve academic achievement. in career achievement as some sort of test to show that we're also going to be good, intimate partners, relationship, a good woman, right? And I just noticed that you didn't do that. So that's important,
I
right? Okay,
I
go ahead.
rarely bring my education up in these conversations because I
Yeah.
understand how unrelative it is.
Hmm.
But again, Black girls are taught to prioritize our education and our career. And so when we get to this big age and we have amassed all of this education and all of these career achievements and corporate accolades, we think that that's supposed to translate into some kind of magical whisking off of our feet. But it's like, well, you can't say how much you've done for yourself and then expect for a man to look at that and say, I can still add value there. Because what is he bringing to that? What can he bring to that? And it's not a knock on our men because
Hmm.
but again, back to the conversation that was happening over on Roger's channel.
Hmm.
The statistics are there and we can't both say that these are statistics and then also say that we're victims of them too while still
Yep, yep, yep.
contributing to that. it, it's
Uh,
it's it's a losing game. It's a zero sum game. And as long as we're not willing to look at that realistically, we're going to keep on this constant loop. And then at the end of the loop, still look at y'all to give us directions back to where we drove ourselves from.
oh, absolutely. But I expect human beings to be a bit hypocritical. That includes women,
Yeah,
right? I
yeah.
like if you notice that, and I think maybe that's one of the reasons why you're here, and like why Kareem listens in, and
Hmm.
why even my detractors, N.M. Hawkins and whatever. I think that's why Chrissy's still listening, because I don't talk about black women like they're not human beings.
Yeah,
I don't talk
that's
about them
true.
like they're monsters. I don't talk, right? Because I actually don't think that. Um,
Yeah.
I do really mean when I say that a lot of sisters just throw a temper tantrum that they're not white women. I mean that shit, right? I'm not joking. I
No.
really mean it, right? So, okay, I also want to because I'm gonna mention a name, and I think you might have checked out this live when I was doing it. What I see with you that's different than, and this is where ego comes in. What I see with you that's different than others, and this young lady is younger than you. Well, she's not young like that anymore, but she's younger than you by damn near a decade. But you see the ego there. Real talk with Yanni. And
Okay.
I think instead of her grappling with maybe some of the things that cause her to be single, you get decenter men, right? You
Hmm.
get this kind of campaign of, and I'm saying that as a response to something that you said earlier. How do you say what's the incentive? I want to be a captain of leisure while also saying decenter men. How does excuse me? How do those two things occupy the same space? Even the rich dude doesn't want to feel decentered, right? Even the guy that's going to put you in the McMansion doesn't want to feel decentered. So I guess outside of just the ego death, how did you get to where you are with viewing men as human, especially as a black woman? How did you get to the place where you're not just saying it? You're based off of this conversation and different conversations we've had both online and offline. How did you get to the place of actually seeing men as human beings, not human doings, black men specifically? Or were you always there?
Um, no, I definitely wasn't always there, but I think in my quiet moments, because I am an only child and a late bloomer, I had a lot of time to spend by myself processing the things that I was seeing and the things that
Hmm.
I was experiencing versus what I was being told. Add
Mm.
the Black manosphere to that, and now I've got a whole different perspective or view on things because I'm hearing it from multiple horses' mouths and I'm applying it to things that I've experienced in the past and saying, well, wow, look at how the lens is different when you change your viewpoint. When you just
Mm. Mm.
switch your vantage to over here and you look at it from this side, that whole thing that you thought you had a handle on and understood starts to look a lot different now. And so it wasn't something that was always there. It was something that had to get cultivated. But it's because of doing the work. We talk about that all the time. Did you do the work? Show your work. Well, I might not be able to give you tangible experiences, but I can say that by going back and reprocessing the things that I thought I understood, like I said a few minutes ago, realizing
Hmm.
that what I thought was right and coming upon new information that sheds light on the fact of how just wrong I was has done a
Mm,
lot for me. Not clinging so tightly to the rhetoric because it's just been passed down and passed along. That's why a lot of times in
yeah,
the
yep,
earlier
yep.
stages of me coming on panels talking about echo chambers, um,
Hmm.
that's where it comes from. If you don't step outside of those voices that you're always listening to, you will never see the other side of things. But
I agree.
trust and believe, there's so many sides to things. Just like they say there's more than two sides to the story, there's
Hmm.
also more than two sides to life.
Yeah,
um, Things can happen that change the trajectory of your life in an instant. And you have to realize that, okay, what you thought you knew is subject to change.
yep, yep. Here's okay. You said do the work,
Hmm.
and you said you were speaking about some of the when you first started interacting with the Black Manosphere.
Hmm.
So when talking about first, one of my first live streams, I covered a white woman, right? Pretty much, I think she found out that so many men were single or whatever like that, and she was low key celebrating high key. And she's like, "We've done the work. We women have done the work. We've done the way." Essentially, it's the men. So essentially, this is like your little sister being mad that she has to wash the dishes instead of you. Like that's
Hmm.
what it is. Like it ain't fair. We've done the work. We went to therapy. We're good. We're perfect. Actually, it's the men. And that was essentially the vibe of this white woman. So clearly, Brad ain't give her what she wanted. Okay, right. So that's really what it boils down to. Um, so my question to you is, I think I have a good idea of what you mean when you say do the work. What would you say other women, really black women, but other women mean when they say they've done the work, and what do you think they mean when they say men need to do the work? If you don't mind answering that.
That means that they went back to their girlfriends and their female family members and had a conversation where everybody decided it was you and not them. That's what that means.
When when they say they've done the work.
That's what it means. Yes, I've done the work. I I worked on my attitude and I'm pleasant 10% of the day. So I've done the work, and that's all it takes because I smiled at a guy today and he didn't smile back at me. And that's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all don't know how to take things when we give it to you. And you should just, that's what doing the work means.
That's crazy.
It's
That
it's
I think
very
so.
it's very juvenile, going back to the
Mhm,
whole petulant child syndrome. Um,
mhm,
I'm the villain, but I'm also the victim
mhm,
because life is hard, but it's like no accountability for, hey, remember when you chose to go do this instead of that? That
mhm.
was a choice you made. That's why
Yeah.
you're here now because you kept
Yep.
going this way instead of that way, and over that way is where you wanted things to go. But you
Mhm.
kept going the opposite direction, and now you're confused as to how you got here. Well, let's dial it back. And most of the time, women don't want to dial it back. Women don't want to go back and
Mm,
reconcile the decisions that they've made in the past that got them to where they are right now. It's, well, this is who I am.
yeah.
Just deal with it and let's figure it out. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, you can do that, but you're just not going to get what it is that you want because you're not willing to confront what got you there. You have
Mhm.
to confront it. Most people don't want to go through, they want to go over.
Ooh, put it in the book. Put it in the book. Now that's a quote right there. That's a quotable. I'm taking that to it. That's gone. I'm taking that. Right. Most people don't want to go through. They want to go over. Yeah. Now
Yeah.
that's that. I agree with that 100%. I I think that might be a human thing, but I think, and
Yeah.
I continue to say this, like you know, as Green Gorilla said, we're like in many respects, men and women are the same. It's the way society treats us that brings about different things. I would argue that's a human thing, but our society makes men have to. No, bro, you ain't gonna be able to skip that. Nope, ain't no half-assing. Nope, nope, nope. Right? That forces
Exactly.
you to and so by the way, you're going through that as a kid. So the thing with
Yeah.
men is you're going through that as a boy. So by the time you're an adult man, there is no damn. I don't want to do it. I ain't gonna do it.
Nope.
You don't have that luxury. First of all, secondly, you've been pretty much raised out of that. Hopefully, right? Whereas I
Hmm.
think our society gives women a bit more leeway with
A
this.
lot more.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice, but right. So yeah, no, I I definitely agree with that. So and I think we saw that with the brother out of Louisiana on the Pop the Balloon show speaking to all of those single moms and their responses, right? Particularly the I want to say the last one that he spoke to. I think she had like a brownish or grayish dress or something, and the way she was speaking about it's a mistake. You have three kids from two different dudes, and you're 41. You said your oldest was 25. Whoa, and you're on the Pop the Balloon show, which probably means your dating situation isn't going that great. It's not that swell, right? So and you can't judge and you who are you to judge type talk. I think that speaks to what you're saying to her, which is the not really wanting to reconcile how you got to where you are. Ah, yeah. I mean the present was built in the past. You have to address the past when that there is no just skipping over, right? There is no
Well,
skipping over. Go ahead.
what do you mean there's no skipping over? I got all these degrees and I have so many material items to speak for it. What do you mean
Mhm.
there's no skipping over? I have skipped over.
But you have to double. Perfect. I keep on telling everybody I'm a community college dropout. I have to double back, right?
Hmm.
I'm making okay money right now, okay ish money,
Hmm.
right? Guess what?
Hmm.
For me to be in school for real, I have to drop one of the jobs. So
Yeah.
there go a good chunk of the money, boom, out of there, right? For some
Hmm.
years. So it's not like I'm gonna just drop it for 6 months and be back on my back. Nope, that's gonna be years, right? That's number one. Then number two, I'm doubling back. I'm doing. It looks like in my late 30s, early 40s, which should have happened over a decade ago.
Yeah.
But that's what I would have to do to get to the next step of where I could be. Emphasis on the could be if I decide to go down this road and then have to stick with it. Because once you're on the road, after a certain amount of time, you got to continue because you just wasted everything. If you if you don't
Exactly.
make it on the other side, it's just a waste of time, which is the worst, right? So what you're saying, no, yeah, you have to double back. So the
You
present was
do.
built in the past, yeah, and so yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you,
While
and I
you
think you did
can
this.
too.
Yeah, good
While you
point.
can,
Good
because
point.
it's like at some point you've missed the opportunity. I was reading something in AARP the other day. Diane Lane,
Mhm,
the actress, was talking about how she had been married and divorced twice, and she
mhm,
thinks that she got as many goals as she's gonna get, and she's content with that. In her late 50s now, she's like,
mm,
listen, I don't have any more gas in the tank for another marriage, but I understand that what I could have gotten from those two marriages is all I'm going to get. And that's also another level of self-awareness, right? Because it's taking accountability for the fact that, listen, you had two tries at this. Are you really going to do this again? Or do you realize that
mm,
maybe there's something missing here that you're just not going to be able to give or get or whatever the case may be. I don't know her personally. I don't know her
mhm.
personal life, but it stood out to me because I think the chicken's coming home to roost for a lot of women, understanding like you don't get an unlimited amount of tries at this.
Yep, infinite amount of tries. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not about you still being in competition material for everything that's out there. You've got to really narrow it down to, okay, what is it that you do have to offer? And what is it that you need to work on that somebody might be willing to help you unpack? Because that's another part of relating to one another too. It's like
Mhm.
I'm coming into this with some kind of baggage, whatever it may be. But are
Mhm,
you willing to be with me while I unpack it? I'm not asking
mhm,
you to do the heavy lifting, but if you love me and you're dedicated to me and to this, are you willing to help me get step over these hurdles that
mhm.
I may have put in front of myself because I'm willing to do the same thing for you? And that's where again that glory comes in.
If we're 100% honest, when you're in love with someone, it's understood. The person is doing the major unpacking of their trauma, but you're also helping, and vice versa. It's understood. I think what we've had, what pretty much what ended up happening, we're in a very ugly stage of what I want to call it, it's not really late stage, but I'm going to use this phrase for right now, while I work on finding something more suitable. It's what late stage feminism brought to the world of men and women, particularly black men and black women, relating and living together and marrying each other and having children with each other and staying with each other. It flipped the game. And so I'm bringing that up to say the interaction and transaction of, I have these issues, you have those issues. You're going to unpack your stuff and work on it. I'm going to unpack my stuff and work on it. And I'm going to help you unpack your stuff. And you're going to help me unpack my stuff. And we're going to make this work. And it's going to take us weeks and months and years and maybe even decades. I think men thought that men thought that we were still on that train, and women said, "Yeah, but," right? And it's the "yeah, but" thing that I think just threw the game all out of whack. And now we're in a place where we want modified men that still are men, but kind of not. And the only way for you to overcome these new weird contradicting standards is to come in with a boatload of money, and that'll make up for you just being a horrible person, possibly, maybe, right? um yeah, no, I think you're right about unpacking. And if you're with someone that really gives a hell about you, they'll help you unpack that. That's a given. It's how you reciprocate that. That's the question. And I think that's where black women came in and said, modern black women in particular, I don't really do the modern woman thing, but I think modern black women said, yeah, about me reciprocating.
No, we're just gonna
Ah, right.
terraform men because
Hmm.
we're traditional progressionalists and progressive traditionalists. So we're
Yeah,
terraforming men. Didn't you
I'm
know
so
that's
glad
why
she
that's
said that.
why that's why we can tell you guys what a man is. That's because we control that.
Yeah. That's I'm glad you brought up Melissa Ford. That look, when the lady is in her late 40s, y'all. But what you got to give her, she said progressive traditionalist, knowing how hypocritical it sounds, knowing how oxymoronic it sounds. You could hear it in the tone of her voice when she says it. I want pick and choose. If y'all hear me say pick and choose feminism and patriarchy, when you hear me say patriarchy by feminist specifications, that's what Melissa Ford described. She literally said it. I want, when you put my back to, well, hey, no, 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 I thought we were going on this route. And she's like, no, no, no. I said progressive traditionalist. I want to flip the switch, and I want to go traditional route right now. And then we'll go traditional. She's like, I don't like the rules on this. I want to go progressive right now. And like, you can't make anything work with someone like that. So yeah, I'm glad you actually brought that up. Um, and that speaks to much of the contract being shredded. I said this a couple years ago, and maybe I have to go to it. And Kareen wanted me to go into it. I remember her actually saying like, Z, you got to actually elaborate on that. Um, we need to go over what that new contract is going to look like, because I think women think that it's gonna, like, they got men in a pincer move, and it's gonna be like all pluses on their side. I'm like, you ain't gonna like this new contract, and that's a good thing for you. Actually, not liking the new contract is gonna be a good thing for women, right? In the long run, because liking the new contract, okay, I think this is a question. How many women do you think are okay with polygamy, Toya, if we were to do 1 to 100? and what do you think about polygamy yourself for your own life? So how many women do you think are okay with it, and what do you think about it?
I think more women than would admit are okay with it, but because they haven't seen it in practice, they're not willing
Mhm.
to admit it.
Mm,
I am okay with it, and I
okay.
think it's because I'll be honest. I think
Mhm.
more of the reason why I'm okay with it is because I'm unable to have children, and so
Mm,
for very practical reasons, I'm understanding of that. But also, it has to do with tribalism. So I
mm,
think culturally, when you when you're talking about cultures like maybe African cultures or even Caribbean cultures where that reverence is bestowed upon the man to be that figure, sight unseen, it has a lot to do with the fact that he's got to make sure that multiple families are okay. And
yep,
that has
yep, yep.
always been the case. And so when you really look at that and the expectations that we have, it's not only a sustainable model, but it's also one that tends to be more harmonious rather than thinking that one person is beholden to you and you only. When you really boil that down to how much of a responsibility that is,
Hmm.
you'd be you'd be you'd fare a lot better in life, I think, if you're willing to divvy that up. I'll use this as an example. I was just in Virginia Beach at my friend's house who's married and she's got a blended family. Two children are born of her own and four that were not.
Hmm.
And so while we were together, I'm staying at her home and I love to cook. Y'all know that. But
Hmm.
especially when it comes to being around people that I love, that's kind of one of the ways that I like to show my appreciation. And of course, I'm staying in your home. I'm going to cook y'all some meals. So
Hmm.
one of the first things I did, I noticed they had some old bananas. I'm making banana bread. Guess what? In the
Hmm.
morning, we had banana bread to have to go along with our breakfast. And this wasn't seen as me trying to upstage my friend and show off my cooking skills because she's a modern woman in the sense that she has a very lucrative job that
Hmm.
demands most of her time, but she's also a very hands-on mother and wife. So I saw that as an opportunity for me to add value to her day by me just
Hmm.
being there.
Hmm.
Let me clean up the kitchen and prepare dinner or get it started so that all you have to do is add in whatever, your family likes to have with dinner, whatever the case may be. I'm asking her and deferring to her, like, what can I do to make your day easier? Her son got sick. How can I make it so that you can put your attention on him and still get
Hmm.
whatever you
Hmm.
need to get done? Things like that. And I know that that's not what polygamy is, but I'm using that as an example to showcase how harmonious a household could be when two women are working in concert versus
Yes.
warring with each other for the attention of this male who, in the best case scenario, has the attention to give to both of us in the ways that we both need it, which will probably be unique.
You know what? Towards the end of what you were saying, I was like, "Please play Guy Piece of My Love, please, Alexa." No, I'm playing. No, but I think no, but actually, huh? Actually, yes. I mean, song was kind of going to at a different angle with it, but no. So actually, yes. If
Still
um,
appropriate.
yeah, yeah, really, yeah, true. But yeah, no. It is about, is he meeting my needs,
Hmm.
right? And maybe even my wants, clearly, right?
Hmm.
And if he's meeting my needs and he's meeting your needs and he just happens to be doing that simultaneously, then this looks like a win-win situation to me, right? You know what? So um when DJ Envy got caught cheating on his wife, and I remember watching this interview, and his wife was like, I couldn't tell because he was doing everything that he used to do at home. Like there was no missteps. There was no like lack of intimacy. There was the sex was still the same. The everything was the money didn't look funny. None of it. And hearing her say that, it was like, so you just got, so he just literally was getting some vagina out the house. Like, if he was literally still doing he was meeting all of his responsibilities, still being the dad, still showing up at the children's games, still, doing what he needed to do for you. Literally, all he was doing was getting some vagina outside, right? So, like, you saying what you said to me, it reminded me of that because I remember thinking to myself, he still was meeting all of his obligations. He still was meeting all of your needs. So the only problem was the vagina outside, right?
Which
So
is probably exactly why they're still together.
yeah.
Because a woman is not an idiot. She's
Mhm.
not going to lose that. If she realizes that, she's not going to let that go.
Mhm.
And really, that's the key to life right there. Like, I'm still getting what I need from you, and I would have liked to have known about this thing that you had going on, and the way I found out about it was disrespectful. However, I can't knock the fact that this also is true.
Yep. Yep. And let me read this real quick. And Trell says, and thank you for the super chat. The double back Z fund, hysterical. Ah, I know I'm gonna have to bite the bullet, and I'm dreading it. Um, I'm like I'm not dreading the late nights so much. I'm not dreading the papers. I'm not dreading the professors. I I have a couple of math classes I have to take, so that I am dreading, like hot, like for real, for real. But I it's gonna be a serious cut in pay, and I know it. Um, yeah, that's gonna hurt. But it really is the math class. Oh, math. Oh, jeez. And Mr. Z be the one saying do the social math, but actual math, kicking my ass, right? And I think it's because I can't. I y'all hear me speak and whatever. I can't procrastinate with math, right? I can't. You can't learn the formula overnight and you had a month to know and you just walk into the class and take the test and pass like that. Math and math puts the death knell to all of the last minute everything, right? You either know it or you don't know it. There is no different way to interpret it. You can't double space and get through it. You can't say the same thing seven different ways through the paper. Do it like math. Make sure you know it or you don't know it. That's it, right? Which is good, but damn, right? So and Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Trust needs to go to a festival playing Jill Scott, India Ari, Erica Badu, and D'Angelo. She got that vibe type look. She got that vibe type look. She will get shows real fast. Look, he said you need to go to one of them neo soul. You just said neo soul. He
Yo,
said you need to go to one of
you
them
know,
neo soul joints.
you know what's funny about that? I
Go
did,
ahead.
and the joke was on me because it was a
Mm.
lesbian fest. It was nothing but liquor license lovers in there. I swear. So I hear what you're saying. I tried that, but I don't think that was it for me.
Wait a minute, Toya, because I wasn't paying attention. Wait a minute, because you ain't gonna slide with that. So you went to a more neo soul vibe space, and it was a whole
Yes,
lot of same sex loving sisters in the space.
yes, it
Ah.
was. And I didn't know until I started looking around, like, wait a minute. These aren't all just friends. These
But
people
okay,
are like, yeah,
look, man. So Mr. Z gonna expose himself like a mug right now. Y'all know I worked for the Florida Democratic Party, right? So we finished canvassing. Everyone's meeting up at this club. Mr. Z, old dumbass, right? Show up to the club, walk in. Oh hell no! These niggas got me at a gay club. When I tell you, I walked in and I looked to my right and there was two white dudes, young white dudes, making out. Bruh, you don't want to be super like, it's the Florida Democratic Party, so it's like Democrats, so obviously leftist stuff. So I told myself 10 minutes, I'm out of here. We really turned out to be 15 minutes. But dudes were making out and like dudes making out and filling on each other and everything. Dudes at the bar, the people I came with, they were like, "Hey, Z, you want something to drink?" No, I'm good. I'm good. I ain't gonna be here too long. I gotta go home. I got stuff to do. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Blah 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 blah. My excuse. And I was out of there in like, about 15 minutes. But same thing to Toya. When I tell you, like, you walk in and it's instantly like, wait a minute, there's something not. And there were women there, so that's the thing, right? So clearly there were women there,
Mhm.
but you see the vibe. The women aren't on the men. Like, and
Yep.
this was some years ago, so the women wouldn't have been on the men like that anyway, but like the women were really not on the men. So you're like, oh crap,
Mhm.
I'm in the wrong place.
I'm in the wrong place.
I'm in the wrong place. Thank you, Terrell, bro. It really was. I was, wait a minute. But yeah, no. So okay, I'm glad that you brought that up too, because so Shay um um was saying to me, she did a this is a while back, she did a stream, and she was saying, she went with her husband to a museum, or to a play or something like that, um concerning black people, and it was like a celebration of swirlerism, essentially. So I really
Mhm.
think, and this comes circle right back around to my topic today, which is like, and I don't want to defecate on Khadijah, because I don't think Khadijah is like, she's not a mean person. She doesn't come off like, right. So I just think these outliers, they talk and they give their opinions and whatever, and I'm like, who are y'all talking about, right? Like,
Right.
who are y'all describing? Like, I'm not saying obviously there's LGBTQ black people. Duh. I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm saying y'all are talking like these are like 40% of the black community, 30, 20% of the black community, even 15% of the black community, right? And your way of viewing everything through that lens, I think is just way off, right? So, um, that coming full circle, you going to somewhat of more of a neo soul vibe. What was it? Was it poetry joint? What was it, like a music festival? What was it that, like,
Yeah,
where you saw all
it
these
was
good?
music. It
Okay,
was
so music related.
the Merriweather Post Pavilion. They do like a neo soul thing every summer, every like May, I think.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was pretty much everybody he named on the ticket, plus some others. And it was a nice long show. But
Hmm.
again, I looked around and I was like, this is ooh, I had no idea.
I would ask for you to do that
And
again. I would ask for you to give it a second try, so that we can make sure it's not a fluke. I want it. Forget logic right now, y'all. I want to feel, right. I
yeah,
want. I need to know that this wasn't a fluke. Right now, my feeling is, okay. I do believe that was your real experience, so I'm not doubting you on that. But
yeah,
I really want to be like, look, Toya, see, you gave it a second chance and you met somebody, right? So like,
right.
yeah, because that I know you're telling the truth. It's just, yeah, man. Like, and yeah, yeah.
I think the
That's
guys
yeah,
at
crazy.
I think the guys at the TK Kirkland show was more my speed, to be
Mm,
honest. Um,
hmm, hmm.
I'm I've never really been into hoteps.
Yeah,
I've been
yep, yep, yep.
friends with them. We could be
Hmm,
friends, but I've never really wanted to date one, so to
hmm,
speak.
hmm,
And now that I have locks, I'm never beating those allegations. I understand that, but it's
hmm.
all good.
And so that, I'm joking, but I'm not joking at the same time. When I want you and my sister and my lady to be careful, because my lady is starting to grow dreads too, right? They haven't locked up yet. She's still going through the fro stage, right? So but she wants to do like, she wants, when she wants to lock them up when her fro's damn there to her back, which is okay, whatever. Anyway, that's a Z and Miss Z conflict right there. But okay. Um, I said that to her. I was like, and remember, she's fair skinned. Um, and I said to her, babe, all right, babe, I'm telling you, and the same thing I'm saying to you, Toya, between the hair and then y'all views on black men, hey, them ladies gonna be hating, Toya. And God forbid Toya over
Uh-oh.
here really get hitched and find her a man worth the damn and they're really gonna be like, shut up. They're gonna be
I
looking at you like
know.
they hate you.
I know,
That
but
isn't,
hopefully I can
which is a
convert
great
some
thing.
of them, honestly.
Yes, yes.
That's my ultimate goal. My ultimate
Hmm.
goal is to be the beacon because I think I can bridge the gap between understanding where you're at and why you're so full of rage, young black woman, but that your rage is misdirected. You need to turn that inward so that you can exude outwardly who it is that you really want to attract. And that's where a
Yeah.
lot of young black women are not realizing it. Like this is how you're essentially moving the goalpost every time because you're spewing things that you say that you want, but your actions are speaking a very different language and you don't even see that. And by the time you do, you've passed up on so many opportunities and you won't be able to get them back.
So you lead me to my next question. How much do you think the statements that black women in specific, make are hyperbolic, like ego protection? Like, I know I'm not going to end up with the type of man I want because of my attitude or my weight or my personality. So I'm gonna just say I don't want it anyway. How much
Yes.
of how much would you say out of 1 to 10? How much would you say that's what black women, pretty much our age group and down, are engaging in? You know what? Let me just say all. How much would you say
Yeah.
they're engaging in
Yeah,
that?
because it doesn't
Yeah,
stop. I
yeah,
would
yeah.
say percentage wise,
Hmm.
80%.
Woo.
And I think I'm being conservative with that number because
Wow.
because I think I want to believe that there are more women who see things the way that I do or even supersede the way that I see things because I know I still have
Hmm.
a lot to learn myself. But I think it's again being able to have that ego death and understand that there's so much more strength in your vulnerability than there is in your defiance. Because that defiance really just comes across as petulant child syndrome, which
Mm-hmm.
has symptoms of shiny object syndrome and multiple degree getting syndrome and all of
Hmm.
these things where you're trying to fill up a
I'm a
bucket
PhD.
that yeah, right.
Hmm.
And it's like you're trying to fill this hole, this void in you with things when really there's only one thing that can, and it's a man. And instead of you acknowledging that and admitting that to yourself, you just keep being loud and wrong in all these other spaces that you had to pay for to get into because you're independent and
Wait
and
a
this
minute, Toya. As my elder, I don't be cutting you off, Toya. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because I thought this before, and you reminded me, and you said it. Go into that paying to be in the space that these people don't want you in anyway. What is, first of all, black people in general, I don't like that stuff, but okay, cool. But
yeah.
black women in specific, what is it about forcing your way in, let's be honest, into these white men's goddamn spaces, but white people's spaces, right?
Hmm.
And then paying to force your way into their spaces? What is that? What's about, what is it about?
Romanticizing the unknown. It's romanticizing the unknown.
Uh,
I
okay,
don't know
okay.
about it, so I can project onto it what I think it is and
Mhm.
aspire to get there, hoping that it's so much different than where I am and what I know. And only to find out, not only is it not much different, but it actually is worse because they're not even wanting to know where you're coming from or what you want or what you think. No one
Ooh,
cares there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's that. I think that gotta be a cold, sobering reality for
Yeah,
certain black women. Like,
it really is.
you aspire for this, and when you get there and you realize like none of them care, and at best you could
Yep,
be somebody's 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the
yep,
morning booty call like that.
yep.
Yeah, yeah. And Trell, because Trell is that guy, and Trell says excuse me, only a man can fill your voids.
It's true.
I mean, it's true. It's true. It's really true in both ways. I mean, this is accurate.
Yeah,
This might be the most accurate statement of today. Like, no, it's
it's
true.
so
So,
true.
I, so you said it's romanticizing the unknown, and I would
Hmm.
agree with that. I would agree with that. I agree with that. It is. mm, I don't know. I don't have this obsession with imitating these people because like, you know, I don't romanticize them and their outcomes. I don't, right? I think they got some really messed up ways. Really, really messed up ways. I'm trying not to use as much profanity, but really effed ways. And you see that with the way they move globally, but you also see the way they move in their own homes. Like Dylan Roof was produced from somewhere, right? You know, the consummate gentleman's father was white, right? Like yeah. Daniel Holzclaw was mixed, right? He was a hopper, but like, yeah. Well, I said was like he's not a hopper, but he is, right? So like, I think romanticizing the unknown. Are you sure it's unknown? I'm not saying that to you, Toyo, but I'm saying like, are you sure it's unknown, or you just want to go over there because you think there's something over there that's not here, and then you go over there, get it. I think. Okay. I think this is going to lead to what I'm trying to say, and I could put it in a question form. What would you say is? Would you? We were speaking yesterday, and we were speaking about the hmm, hypervisibility of black men that black women may be jealous of. What do you think about that statement? Does it make you cringe? Like, what do you think about? Would you say it's pretty accurate? Like, what do you think about the hypervisibility of black men that black women might be jealous of? And how do you, if you agree with that statement, then what would you say black women, how do you say black women react or respond to that? And I'll pause right there.
I think it's largely disdain because
Mm,
what do you mean they get to get recognized before us? We're the ones putting ourselves in these rooms. Don't you see us? Which is part of what I
mm,
mean about the unknown. They don't
mm,
realize
mm,
that it's unknown. It's I think I know, and that's why I want to go until they get there and say, "Oh, this isn't what I thought it was. I really don't know."
mm,
The mysterious nature and the allure of it is really not something that I had on my bingo card. And now you can't
mm.
walk it back. Now you're in a
Yep.
upside down Stranger Things situation. Good luck.
I mean, okay, perfect. You have informed us that you attended a PWI, right?
I did, yeah.
And you've worked in corporate America. You've been in pretty white collar spaces, right? So many
Yep,
white people in the white collar space.
yep.
So what do you think you're seeing? Because I think I have a good answer to this, but I still got to ask the question. What do you think you're seeing that's causing you to realize what blank? So what do you think you're seeing that's causing you to realize blank that other black women either don't have the experience to make them realize blank, or they just don't care? So blink could be whatever you saw or whatever, right? So I don't know if you can understand how I phrase that question. There's a blink in there because I don't know what you may have seen that caused you to realize whatever, right? Whatever is in that blink space. But go ahead.
Juxtaposing having gone to a PWI and, like you said, working in corporate, but
Hmm.
also now having lived in Texas for a little while and seeing
Hmm.
that side of things and how thick the racism is there,
Hmm.
helps to helps to understand the ways that it comes across in places where the racism isn't as thick. It's more overt rather than
Hmm.
it is thick on the East Coast.
Hmm.
There's still plenty of places in New Jersey where Black people necessarily aren't welcome, but you can't be vociferous about it there. Whereas in Texas, you can, and it's an understood rule where, like even with
Hmm.
the sundown towns and things like that, just
Hmm.
having a
Hmm.
conversation about that at work, because I'm one of those coworkers. I'll have the
Hmm.
cringy conversations at lunch
Second that.
that
Hmm.
nobody wants to have. Yeah.
Hmm.
So seeing how those white men will respond to those conversations and even the white women, it lent itself to some perspective for me because yet again, and I know everybody here probably realizes this, but
Mhm.
this is something that they don't have to contend with. Therefore, it's a non-issue. So even if you are welcome into those groups or into those spaces, now you have to be careful about mentioning things that aren't germane to them. Because if you start trying to
Mhm.
make it about you, now you've essentially ostracized yourself from the group that they were willing to let you become a part of.
Mm.
So when
Yeah.
you realize again just how low on the totem pole you are, regardless of this whole TikTok thing about having a black wife,
Hmm.
those are anomalies. And I wish that we could see that for what it is and understand that that is not by and large what white men are signing up for. So even if you do get into those rooms and you do get to rub those elbows, they're not looking at you as something serious to obtain or to
Hmm.
add value to their lives. You can
Mm.
at best be a notch on the belt, but again,
Yeah.
is that what you want? Is that what you want to take home and say was your experience? Because you wanted to jump over here so bad and you wanted to divest so bad, only to be relegated to crunchy wigs and insults. I don't know if that's better.
You know, I'm gonna say something to that, but real quick to in this, so that's why I never did anything with any white woman. And especially when I was a bit younger, all through my 20s, like I had those opportunities. And a few times it was made like blatantly clear to me that I had that opportunity. I I just didn't. I didn't want to be a white woman's buck, right? And like that, as a super horny 20 some odd year old, that is a very difficult decision to make, right? I didn't want to say hard because that's just too easy and that's a double entendre. But I mean, like it's true too. But yeah, that's a super difficult decision to make, to say, although this is practically in my lap, yeah, I just don't. She's gonna have the experience, because obviously there's gonna be another brother. But I'll do it. But I just didn't want to be that person. So
Well,
if
shout out
I,
to
as a
you.
man, could say, yeah, especially for one of them, Toya, this was a badass, cute ass white woman. Jesus Christ. Um, and there's another one I stay somewhat in contact with. But yeah, um, yeah. So the I just didn't want to be, you know, and but that takes a lot. And if I could say no to that, um, I know black women could say no to that. I think that the the one in a zillion chance that this becomes something, and in 5 years I'm Mrs. Whatever the hell, and we live here, and in 6 years we have these kids, and I think that lottery dream chance, um it's a gamble, and they're willing to gamble. And then whatever doesn't work out, it's shaming tactics to black men for not taking you on after the fact, just because I did this, or just because I was with him, and yeah, right, not coming second fiddle to a white dude. So if I could say no, right, then I think black women could say no. That's if they want, right? Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because the spaces that I was in, sure, I had that option as well. But again,
Hmm.
it came from me loving black men, but also wanting to be more than a notch on somebody's belt.
Yeah.
Um, and
Yeah.
I also feel lucky to have befriended some white men in college that I was
Hmm.
able to get that perspective from. They felt comfortable enough to tell me, hey, so there's this black chick that I think is super hot, you know, and they would
Hmm.
actually come to me and ask me what they need to do to get her. And it's like,
Hmm.
little did they know I'm downloading all of this because I'm like, oh, so
Hmm.
that's what this is what you think you need to do, and this is really all you're interested in her for. But also, being roommates with two black girls from New York that specifically went after only white guys and seeing how they
Mm.
were treated. You know, being privy to what those nights looked like when their parents came to visit and they went over to their apartments and cleaned up, but had to be out before the parents got there. Like all of that stuff is still happening. And I'm sure Kimberly Foster could attest to that because I'm sure it was on a much bigger scale at Harvard. But, you know, that's really, you're still relegated to that position that we were brought here to be at the end
Yeah.
of the day. And the only
That's what
Chads that you're getting with that don't see you like that is because they didn't have access to what they wanted. That's the bottom line.
like you know, I think there are white dudes that really value and love whatever black woman they are with or whatever black woman they're pursuing and whatever. But as we were saying, those are the outliers. That's different. That's a and I agree with you. I think Kim Foster knows better, right? She knows. I think Kim Foster knows better. I think what we're dealing with when we come to, and I see it in FD, we can defecate on you niggas forever. We will shit on you. We will talk crap to you. We will call you all type of nick cells. We will be sexist towards you. We the quote unquote way we correct black men, the harsh ass language that people don't realize, nigga, we got something for your ass out of spite. We'll just watch your daughter starve, right? So I think what we have is Kim Foster. Yes, she went to Harvard. Um, I mentioned Uchechi from Grapevine. I think she went to. Did she go to Dartmouth or did she go to? Um, it was one of the. I can't remember the name. She said it before. Right. Um, Rutgers. Rutgers. She went to Rutgers. She went to Rutgers. It was in Dartmouth. I think it was Rutgers.
Yeah,
And
Rutgers is in Jersey, yeah.
say it again.
Rutgers is in Jersey, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's where she went. Okay, yeah. So these, I think these women have these experiences, or they know that, just like what you were saying, they have friends that have these experiences, so they're like getting literally secondhand information, right?
Hmm.
Or even sometimes firsthand information, right? So, but the idea of still selling the hope and the spite black men. So I'm gonna tell black men about how I could have this dude or that dude. When that's not the case, it's about gaslighting black men to do and be who black women want them to do and be, with this mythical magical white man in the background who will treat me better. It's just that I'm too loyal to you, right?
Yep.
And I yeah, no, I think those experiences matter, and that's why I am very careful with black women who have um ex-white boyfriends, ex-white husbands. um yeah, right, because there's like, if you dealing with the white dudes and you have especially now that they're so blatant and loud on the
Hmm.
interwebs, and you have this contempt for black men, I I I don't really know what we could do with you, right? I don't call people irredeemable. I definitely don't know about calling black people irredeemable, um, black women even. But what do you do with a young lady that, okay, okay, let's say you had one white boyfriend in college, 4 years you were with this dude for all 4 years, cool. Y'all end up breaking up as he ended up moving back to California and you're from New York. Okay, you know what? All right. But when we find out, oh no, you was out here 5, 6 white dudes deep 1 year. Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Right? When we find out, oh no, you had 2, 3 white dudes every year for the 4 years you were in school, and then you got your master's degree, you were with another 5. You were with another 2, you were with another 3. It didn't work out, so now you back in Blackistan. Nah. Nope, can't do it. Can't do it, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what other black men are on when it comes to that, but for me, I don't want someone who has what's the term, the god damn, alpha widow, right? I don't want you to see the white dude as the alpha, and you're alpha widow the white dude, and here's Z just picking up the pieces, and yeah, nah, nah. because I
Now,
think
to me, that's
pause
a
it.
candidate for polygamy right there. You better hope you can add some value to an already functioning
Mm,
family. That to me is your best lot in life after that
yeah,
point. You want
yeah.
somebody to take care of you? Okay,
No, I agree.
come
And
join
excuse my
come join
background
up.
because I think that's fire truck or paramedic. My apologies. Let me read this real quick. And Eric says, and thank you for the super chat. I'm late. It took me an hour to get through that word salad in the video in the description of Khadijah. No, yeah, yeah. So like I said, I'm not necessarily really antagonistic to Khadijah. I just think she has a different worldview because she's queer. And so she's supremely idealistic, and that's like I'm just gonna be honest. This shit sound like some airy fairy crazy shit. I like and it's because I think, and I when I was on Diallo's channel, right, and I was going at it with Diallo and Skip Coons. I didn't read the comment, right, and I wish I would have read the comment. I end up reading it watching the replay where a woman said, "So you're saying what about the women?" And I'm like, "Yes, yes, yes, I am saying what about the women." And I'm tying that to say there's black men and there's black women. We have spent decades badgering black men about character flaw and their ineptitude and how sexist they are and how colorist they are and just on and on and on. And what I am saying is, yes, what about the women? When you let the women talk, you get the women that were on Kevin Samuel's show. So when Khadijah is speaking about why she feels or thinks that these women are engaging in celibacy and when she speaks about going from the now we use profanity, going from the whole stage to the celibacy stage and love and intimacy and all of these other things. I'm like, that's not what the hell the women are saying. Why do y'all keep on shoehorning this bullshit on the women are saying lifestyle companionship, lifestyle dick, lifestyle money, lifestyle kids, right? But you're talking about all this other stuff. And, and- okay, I guess this is the next question, Toy. Is it me? Am I interpreting this wrong? Do I not understand womanese enough? Right?
How
Or,
can you if the goalpost keeps moving? How can you
yeah,
understand it?
yeah,
Because one thing we're gonna do is keep moving it.
yeah. Because I got it. So I don't know if you checked out the link in the description. I know I didn't give it too much time, but yeah,
No,
no,
I didn't get a
Khadijah.
chance to.
Yeah, when you get a chance, check it out. You might you might even want to do a think piece or something on it. Like I said, I don't like to go in on Khadijah because I just think because she's queer, she she doesn't grapple with these things, right? Y'all notice
Right.
I don't really like going in on these people's intelligence because I don't think it's not that they're dumb and it's not that they're uneducated. They just never pick up the other glasses. They never look through those lenses. They just refuse to ever look through the lenses that we're describing. And now that the black manosphere has a bit of a voice and we're on list and all this other stuff, now it's out of spite. They're not gonna do it. So there's a
Yeah.
whole side of the conversation that they just
Hmm.
refuse to engage with because it's just for them it's just going to be sexist, misogynistic, patriarchal, right? And I don't want to give the black manosphere any type of props or, and so they just refuse to deal with what we're saying. And I think I witnessed it a little bit with the second conversation I had with FD Signifier. Um, and he just kept on trying to reframe things in ways that were far more palatable towards a way a woman would say it, and
Hmm.
and I would literally be saying the same thing as him, but far harsher. And he'd be like, "No, it's not that. It's this," and I'm like, "You just repackaged what I said in a way that is more." And so yeah,
You can't have that level of refusal and still
mhm,
try to say that you're playing or that you're in the game. You're either in or you're out. And you can't have that level of refusal to see the other side and still
mhm,
be
mhm,
wanted. Like those two things
mhm.
don't meet. The two things never come together.
Victoria, you dropped, or did you just stop?
No, I think
Okay. Mhm.
My Bluetooth is dying. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. So we'll and let me just say, okay. So yeah, no, I. So were you saying that about Khadijah, or you're just saying that in general, like you can't see the
In
other
general.
side? Say that again?
Yeah, in general,
Yeah,
women
okay.
women have a blind spot when it comes to y'all because they feel like everything that y'all are saying is balderdash. And it's like, no,
Mm, mhm,
if every other black man you run into and have this conversation with is saying the same thing, then they can't all be wrong. But instead of making it a but us too and what about us, how about listening? How
mm,
about seeing if
mhm,
there's some value in what's being said on the other side from the vantage point that you are not seeing before you add anything else? We've already done the talking, we've been given the microphone over and over again.
mm,
Where's
yeah.
the time to listen?
I I think for me the final straw, and shout out to the Raj report. Um, the final straw for me was BLM. To what you're saying, Toya. When we found that damn mission statement, and when we found that internal memo, that was the final straw for me when it came to playing nice with people that took the dead bodies of straight black men and boys and used it, right, the blood, the lives, the memories of dead black men and boys, and used it for the advancement of black LGBTQ, and like were dogged about black men and boys that represent those same black men and boys that their blood is being trafficked on, being told to shut up, follow, and promote. So shut up, follow, and promote the three queer black women that are going to be the face of this movement. Your job is to die, and we use your blood as the fuel for this movement, right? And I think that to me was the death knell. And yeah, when it comes to yeah, I mean, the, tying that to why you came up, I think that Toy, I think you're gonna be okay because your competition sucks, and you're gonna win off a default. You know, tell you don't even got to be that good. I mean, like you are, but like you don't even got to be that good because they that competition is all type of messed up. It's they're all, and they only get bitter, and you seem to be coming into your own and being more self-aware and being more pleasant as you get older and as you see things, and they're like, I'm not going to do that, I don't want to go down that road. And what I'm saying is your quote unquote competition, because it's really not, they're actually becoming more jaded, angrier, and more bitter, and so they just knock themselves out. All right, so essentially if y'all are cars, you're watching them spin out, you don't even got to touch them. There's no aggressive driving. You just got to stay on the gas, brake when you need a brake, and you're just going to watch them slide off the road, right? They'll take themselves out.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, yeah.
basically.
Yeah. So that's the fundamental difference. And you know, when you get a chance, check out, because that's why I highlighted what Raj said, and let's put that up. And Raj says, "Man, I just listened to that whole thing, and you reminded me of why I don't listen to women." Raj, man, like I'm sorry. I think it was Trell. Somebody said, and Indigo said it too. Everybody says it. Lion say it. Everybody says it. I'll be messing y'all algorithms up. I know. My apologies. Kind of, sort of, not really. I'm not be messing up your algorithm. But it's the reason why I think it's important, man. Half of y'all have kids, right? Number one. Number two, I don't want us to not know what the hell they're talking about over there. We know that they're off the wall with the way they view these things and their assessment of these things, and the way they see relationships and intimacy, the way they view the world. When I covered the other day with Dr. Julian Malvo and Dr. Jared Ball, and y'all, I didn't see what y'all were saying until I watched the replay, and I think somebody said it's something begging, and Dr. T was saying that I call it aggressive begging, and I'm like, Dr. T hit it on the nail, and that's what I I don't excuse me, I don't think I had the language for it, but that's exactly what I was seeing too from Dr. Julian Malvo, which is like, oh, aggressive begging. right? And that's exactly what it is, right? So oh, Toya's back. Okay, give me a second. Okay, there we go. And okay, I'll put the link in for Raj. Look, y'all not gonna make this a whole goddamn panel discussion, but okay, Raj, I'm solid for Raj, right? Raj be playing favoritism with me. You know, we gotta play. We gotta right. There you go, Raj. That's for the Raj report. The Raj report only. Toya, you still here?
Yeah, my Bluetooth died, so I had to reboot.
Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, so yeah, and Toya, you okay with Raj being up here? Yes, no, maybe
Of
so.
course, of
Oh, about to
course.
say, but about to say, Raj, I got picked Toya over you. I'm about to have to boot you, maybe.
Shout out to Robin.
No, yeah, I sent him the link.
All right.
But yeah, so yeah, no, so I so okay, Toya, so a little bit off of you, and maybe let's get into a little bit more. Some of these YouTube creators, we're not going into the like the Yanni Christie lane, but more the Khadijah, T Noir, not yeah, T Noir, Nappy Hoba, who else? Olay Lane, right?
Mhm.
What do you think about what I was saying about Khadijah? Like they have a different type of experience. They view the world differently. They're and like I said, they're queer, right?
Yeah.
And I don't but I'm not here to insult their sexuality, their sexual orientation, or any of that. I am saying that gives you a different view of how all of this works, right? And then you try to impose or give quote unquote suggestions or idea of viewing this thing differently. And the problem is the women are hypocrites, so they run right into the wall of their own hypocrisy. But I don't think these women, I don't think the Khadijas of the world appreciate that because you're queer,
Yeah. Because there's
right?
a very real agenda attached to that. And so
Exactly.
you'd be remiss not to put that into the conversation. And that essentially takes me out of it.
Yeah, yeah. You, I'll be telling you, my younger sister, and my lady. All right, y'all better be careful. These other sisters, they'll be mad at y'all. Look, you aligning with the brotherhood too much.
Because
What's going on,
look,
Raj?
if I could
Go
verbally
ahead.
say it, chocolate bar. That's
Right?
it.
For real. What you think, Raj? Raj, you said you liked it? You liked that think piece? That's what you was telling me just now? I heard you saying you needed me to send you more of that.
Yeah, I don't know what you heard. We definitely got a bad transmission going on, but that's what you heard. Now, I did hear, but right before I was switching over to the link, I don't know if y'all was
Mm-hmm.
planning on doing this together. I only
Mm-hmm.
speak just real quick, and I get out y'all way if that's
Mm-hmm.
what this was. I don't know.
It
Because
was no, but I was kind of transitioning to over there anyway. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I did listen to it. Now, I didn't even pay attention to the fact that she's alternative lifestyle. At the end of the day, I mean, anybody who gonna practice that, it's America. You can. There ain't really nothing to be said.
She's in
Nobody's
Canada right
stopping you
now,
from.
but yeah,
Okay, I
she
mean, even there though,
same difference.
same
Same
thing.
thing. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they can practice
Mm-hmm.
that over there. But that ain't got nothing to do with what's going on. You know what I'm saying? A sexual orientation ain't got nothing to do with what's going on between the men and the women, except for the fact that there's a lot of people who are trying to get people to come over to their side, meaning go into alternative lifestyle. So they want to, keep the dust flapping, and they want to, blow a wind on the flame because they want more people to go into an alternative lifestyle. Because
That's
at the
what
end of
Toya
the
was
day,
saying.
regardless of what people say, I mean, it's just not normal to be alternative. It's not a normal thing. You don't come at it from a natural standpoint. Everyone that I know, I just say that everybody that I know of never got there just on their own. You know what I'm saying? It's always this happened to me, that happened to me. This person persuaded me to this. This person made me do that. People just ain't going there on their own. Now I know some people gonna claim, well, no, that's not true. I'm just telling you what I know. Every single one that I know of, not any of them got there on their own. So there is an agenda at the end of the day. And then the thing is that and I see how she frames stuff. So yeah, I definitely peeped the framing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Raj, wasn't it? You see the two step? Did you
Yeah,
pay attention to when she mentioned when she was like, you'd be celibate and you get to maybe experiment with your sexuality, and when she said that, I was like, there we go, boom. And Toya, like you said, you didn't even watch it, Toya, and you already called it. Wait till you get to that section. She said, experiments with your sexuality. I was like, and there we go. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, and the thing is, she says she pushes I forget what's exactly the two word, control and something else she says on a regular basis.
Control and power.
Right. And then they try to say like, okay, well, men are just trying to dominate, so therefore they don't have to be emotionally healthy. Now,
Yep.
the thing is, she's talking about stuff where it's y'all need to be responsible, but don't accept the power that goes with
I
responsibility.
keep saying it.
That's all I really heard on this one. You know what I'm saying? We don't want you to control us, but we don't want to get out here and work and provide for ourselves. Now, we understand that when we spend our money, we supposed to be the boss. But the issue we got is when you spend your money, you want to be the boss. And then you bring up this whole power and control thing as if you're not trying to do the same thing. And my thing is, I don't have an issue with control. If you want the power and you want to dictate to me how to live a particular lifestyle, be willing to pay me. That's it.
Yeah.
I've never seen men say, well, you know what, baby, I like you like that. And I do want to have X amount of control, because somebody got to control something at the end of the day. But I've never heard a man say that, I'm willing to control you, but you can't do anything but what I tell you to do. Also, when it comes down to it, I don't like you enough to give you anything. That I don't see. Okay, they complain as if men are showing up saying, "Baby, show up right here now. I'm gonna control you and I won't give you anything." It's a ridiculous concept at the end of the day. Every man that wants to quote unquote control something with a woman, he out there trying to pay for it, because we got to pay the bills, and we understand that. And paying their bill is not a quote unquote state of control. It's called a responsibility.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Paying the rent or paying a mortgage is not a way to control. It's a way to be responsible. And if you want to have the control, because somebody got to have it, just take on the responsibility of taking care of it. And that's the whole thing. Women want to be in a man's position, but they don't want to take the responsibilities that came along with that man's position. I'm not. If that was a sister who would actually take care of me, I could take care of house, children, and everything, and it ain't even no issue. It is not a concern, because that, you know what? I you know what I'm saying? A lot of people say phony stuff. It is easier to take care of the house. You know what I'm saying? It is easier for me to clean the house than actually go to a job. It's very much easier for me to wash some clothes than start a business. It's a lot easier for me to feed the kids than learn how to do accounting. All that stuff is easier. People act like it ain't easy because we as men want to put women on some kind of little pedestal. But when you start looking at the truth for what it is, no, me going out into the world working is more difficult than me staying at home. It just is. I'm not going to pretend that it's not. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, bro. Because I want you to consider this while you're speaking. The thing with a woman like Khadijah, let me give you a little bit of background. Born here, spent much of her youth here. Then they moved up to Canada. Her and her family, African descent. I can't remember what. It was like either Senegal. I want to say it was Senegal, right? I want to say it was Senegal, but I can't remember. But here's some of the important stuff, right? Master's degree, lives on her own. What else? Like I said, queer. Making good money off of YouTube, and so I'm bringing that up in what you're saying to say, I keep on saying these outliers, they give their commentary and they give their opinion on stuff. Fine, right? Freedom of speech, and I think they got freedom of speech in Canada too. So freedom of speech, right? The problem is you don't appreciate how different your worldview is because of your situation and your outcome. So you're speaking as if what you're saying doesn't have isn't hypocritical or won't lead to some type of hypocrisy coming, particularly from the women's side, number one. Number two, I just don't think people like this who have a different type of sexual orientation or view of this, I don't think they appreciate man-woman interpersonal, there we go, relationships. I just don't think they appreciate intimacy between men and women. And like how much when she kept on bringing up power, real quick, Russ, I'm gonna land after this. I don't think she appreciates
No,
how much
Go ahead,
women
brother.
give
Your
up
show.
power. Right, no, no, because I just want to say, because this I really need you to grapple with, because I think this is what you were getting to also. I don't think people like this appreciate how much women give up power because they don't want the responsibility for the decision making. They just simply do not want. And Toya's up here. If Toya represents black women, Toya, if I'm talking out my ass, you have at any moment you can stop me. I don't think most women, especially when they're in a relationship with a heterosexual woman, heterosexual man, I don't think they want the responsibility for half the shit. That's why they hand over the power. They don't want the responsibility of putting the garbage out late night or putting the garbage out at all. They don't want the responsibility of filling up their car because they forgot last minute. Oh crap! My car's on E and I need to go to work tomorrow and I'm not gonna have the time, babe. She don't want the responsibility, so she hands over the power so that she could have, so she doesn't have to have the weight of I messed up here. No, we messed up, right? Women is the ultimate we messed up when I messed up, right? So that's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Rush. And I don't think I don't think she understands that, but go ahead.
I mean, one thing is if you in a same sex relationship, you don't necessarily have to understand that. And not that
Mhm.
I'm gonna say I study their relationships, I can understand
Mhm.
how two people that is the same sex would have some type of power issue at some point because you're the same
Mhm.
sex, and somebody got to do the other person's job. Meaning, whatever sex is missing, somebody got to do that gender's job. If you got two males together, who gonna do the
Mhm.
female job? If you got two women together, who
Mhm.
gonna do the male job? So I totally get that.
Mhm.
But I'm also in the reality that don't nobody want to take care of Roger. Now, and why am I saying that? Because I got parents. My parents are still alive. I'm
Mhm.
blessed to have.
Raj, you
They
broke up.
will take care of me. That don't mean they
Bring, bring,
want
bring,
to.
bring
They old.
Raj, bring it about like 5 seconds because
No,
you broke
I'm
up for a
saying
second. Mhm.
no. I said I'm blessed to have living parents still.
Mhm. Mhm.
But my parents don't want to take care of me. They're old.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. And I'm not saying
Mhm.
that in a negative way. I'm just saying
Mhm.
reality is they're older people. They don't want to take care of me. They would, but they
Mhm.
don't want to. So now if my parents don't want to take care of me, who gonna take care of me? Well, I
Yeah.
got to take care of myself. Where are the
Mhm.
women volunteering to take care of me so I can focus on the home? It's not an issue for me to focus on the home, but who gonna take care of me? Why I got to do that? And they don't
Mhm.
want to do it. They don't want to be in that position. So my thing is,
Yes.
I can't really give merit to their complaints when they're not gonna actually help to take care of me. And
Mhm.
and then if you give them quote unquote primary control, let them be the
Mhm.
primary decision maker. That means yes, when stuff go wrong, you got to figure that stuff out too. I'm just
Yep.
gonna support
Yep.
you in your decision, and they don't want that responsibility.
That's
So
my
why
point.
would I act like something is wrong? And you're showing me day in, day out, you won't look out for me. You just won't. And a lot
Mhm.
of men, I think we're just scared to talk to women and just put it on the table. When it comes down to it, you won't look out for me. It's just what it
Mhm.
is. If we get into a crunch, you just bail because you're not gonna look out for me. You're not gonna make sure we straight. And shout out to those very rare women who actually do look out for a guy if it
Mhm.
does get bad. But real talk, instead of being with the black man, most women just leave a black man when they get rough,
Yeah.
and that's
Yep.
just reality.
Yep. No, that I like I said, that's so that was my point, and I said that to FD. Was it the first conversation? Like the problem is some of these people that are talking, they don't respect the hypocrisy that comes from women, and he tried to like shoehorn patriarchy in there, and I'm like, if you want to call it that, you can, but then and you see them doing this more and more, which is like well, it anyone could be a patriarch, or like what they're really saying is anyone can be a person that subscribes to patriarch. In other words, they're saying, yeah, we know the women are hypocrites, but they won't say those words though because it's too harsh, right? And by the way, I'm okay with a bit of hypocrisy because I'm a human being. I'm okay with a bit of hypocrisy because I'm a black man, and that's our existence is filled with hypocrisies. It's full of hypocrisy, right? And I'm okay with a bit of this. Once again, the problem is what we have is a over index on whatever the hell the women are talking about, and then the LGBTQ community in the black community going full tilt for the ladies, right? And that's why you have gay black men being insulted by black women, but still being over there.
Bro, I need my bills paid. That's what I'm just saying. When we come down and get practical, bro, you know what I'm saying? Most people in America, they got either a rent or a mortgage that has to be paid. Some older people, yeah, they got some stuff that's paid off. Most of
What?
us are
How,
paying a rent or mortgage.
Raj, how I said all that serious stuff? And you just nigga, fuck what you talking about. See, I need my bills
Now,
paid.
no, I'm not
You
saying what you
started. Go
saying
ahead.
ain't real. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, somebody got to pay this bill.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right. You're right. You're right.
you know what I'm saying? So if you can
Hmm.
have all the thoughts and opinions you want, are you gonna put you gonna pay that light bill? You gonna pay that rent? You gonna pay that mortgage? You gonna pay that car note? You know what I'm saying? If we got kids and the kids need a new uniform, you paying for it. When you gonna
Look, Raj, you done messed up. Look, Leon, if you still listening, come on back. We like I'll let better you up. Yeah, y'all, come on back, Leon, if you still listening. Go ahead,
hey,
go ahead.
my bad, I ain't mean to change the
Look, you
trajectory
done
of your
messed up.
whole show.
You messed the whole thing up in Chicago. Look, go ahead. No, but no, I agree with you. By the way, you already know I do. So yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
And I'm just saying, when it comes down, I can listen to a whole lot of stuff. I can listen to people's nonsense all day long too.
Hmm.
I've grown a lot of patience to people's nonsense, but at the end of the day, I know the bill coming, and I know the
Hmm.
women ain't trying to pay it. So you can miss me with all that patriarchy nonsense. Because to me, talking about patriarchy when you're not trying to listen to no man and you're not trying to take that man's role and say I'm gonna pay, because the only reason patriarch was something because before we had a money exchange, men had to go out and conquer this and conquer that. When we got
Hmm.
money to start exchanging stuff, men had to take on the responsibility of earning the money to give to the women. And now that women can earn the money, when they earn it, they're not using it to help men out. They're generally using it to help themselves. They might
Let
help
me
their kid out sometime. Sometime.
let let me back up what you're saying and bring Toya into this also. Toya, what do you think about, because this is going right to what Raj is saying about that responsibility. What do you think about the Bumble kind of reversing that women initiate the initial contact, um um and like kind of changing some of the parameters on like essentially who starts and how does it start these kind of contacts on Bumble. If you don't know, Bumble, dating app, but Bumble was different where the women are the ones who would initiate initial contact, and then it would go from there. And Bumble was the one that put out the advertisement. What, it was a few weeks ago now, maybe a month ago now. That said, essentially, we know you want it. Stop being on some celibate stuff. Stop saying on your vagina. Essentially, what they said to the women. Remember, this is a, by the way, Bumble woman CEO, and she came from, where was she before? The CEO again of Bumble. She was at oh, it wasn't Match.com. It was OkCupid. No, it wasn't OkCupid. It was damn, Grinder is the gay one. What's the straight one? Ah,
Plenty of
Plenty of
fish.
fish.
was it? It wasn't Plenty of Fish. It was, goddamn it. Look, all these. I've never been on one of these tracks, and I know all of them. I know all of
Farmers
them by name.
only. Christian mingle.
Man,
One of them.
man
One of them.
slime.
Well, yeah, yeah. But it was, she was on one of those, right? But yeah, she's the founder of Bumble. She used to work for one of those other matchmaking, and she wanted a site where the women, where the women had power and they weren't harassed and whatever. And look at where Bumble is now. And
Right.
I'm tying that to what Raj is saying is, when we gave you women, y'all didn't want to be harassed. You wanted something where you had the power. We literally put it in your hands, and the site is saying we're struggling because these women ain't initiating. Right? We're struggling because these women ain't initiating. So go ahead, better you,
Again,
and then we'll have Leon. Oh, wait, actually, rewind. Guys, we gotta let the lady finish. So, Toya, go ahead and finish what you were saying, because I forgot that I actually asked you a question, and then we'll get Leon, and then we'll get oh, yeah, because Leon was here first, and then we'll get better you. So, go ahead, Toya.
again, this is just another example of us moving the goalpost to our
Hmm.
own detriment, right? Because when we first move it, it's to showcase that we are victims, right? But
Hmm.
then we keep moving it, which makes us villains. But then we move it so far away from where we're trying to get to. Now we need you to push us back in the right direction. So I don't think I'm answering your question, but I think that
Hmm.
that's a really great example of how we do that, because
Hmm.
she created Bumble for one reason, and then dipped right back into the male handbook of what really sells just to get what she needed. So
Mm.
what
So she kind
did
of
she really
betrayed the
accomplish?
sisterhood of the overall sisterhood.
Yeah,
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 for the dollar.
yeah, yeah. Hey, when you are, I don't know if it's a publicly traded company. Actually, yeah, it is, right? Bumble is public, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, hey, we got to make these dollars. We got mouths to feed, even though we're super rich, right? We got mouths to feed, and and if that means we are virtually selling the women, so be it. But it speaks to like, yo, we put the power in the ladies' hands, and they're not making the moves. Y'all advocated for something like this. Y'all wanted something like this. We gave it to you, and it ain't no traction, right? But yeah, go ahead, Leon, and then we'll get better. You.
So, we brought up conversations, me and you, about when it comes to queer women and their position under black
Mhm.
women.
Mhm.
So, social workers, like I know social workers and all these people with these psychology degrees, and
Mhm.
60% of them will admit to sleeping in a bed with another woman. It is what it is. They admit
Mhm.
to it. When it comes to queer women, they already understand that they can't talk negatively about women and straight up tell them what they want. And what you're saying that you want doesn't represent an outcome of what you're talking about. You're simultaneously trying to fight against patriarchy while signing up for it at the same time. And
Yeah.
so they have a hard time trying to articulate that to women. And at the same time, they're scared to articulate it because, they're under black women. They're not beside black women. Just like
Mhm.
Olay said previously about her position not being in the middle,
Mhm.
not being in the middle, not being in the middle with them. And you hear island black people say it and African black women say it. Then the
Mhm.
queerness comes in that doubles down the level of being a minority on top of that, how they see it. So they say black woman, they say black woman plus queer, extremely more of a minority small group within a group.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
you take the beginning of like women's sexual experiences where it gets better, when we're Pookie and Ray Ray when I was a broke dude versus me in my late 20s or 30s and I'm working 60 hours.
Yeah.
And they say that red pill people talk about sex the most. And you have to pause because you have to pause. You have to really sit down and pause and really question who talks about sex more and
They
who
talk about
has more sex.
desirability, and it's rooted in the sex. So it's like a roundabout way of talking about sex. It's really does that, because you hear, man, these black, especially women, content creators talk about desirability so goddamn much. It's like, what I see it is, and I'm pause after this and let you finish up, Leon. We got to get better you after this. I
Yeah.
see it as, when you see all of these anime shows and it's always some great big explosion, and it's like the Japanese collective trauma of the freaking bombs, right?
Yeah.
And they're still grappling with it freaking 70 some odd years later. I see it as that, just black women just over and over and over, think piece after think piece after think piece. White dudes, desirability, non-black men, desirability, black men, desirability, featureism, colorism, texturism, desirability. It is like over and it's this like trauma thing, It
Yeah.
is yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
But so then like I said, like I can sit down and say this, I threw dick way better when I was working 15 hours and the only thing I had available to you to keep you around was throwing dick in your guts and eating your box. But see, now I have these responsibilities and I don't
These niggas the
prioritize sex,
worst.
y'all are talking at the age of 30 like the
This is
center
the
of
difference between
existence
Texas
is
and New Jersey that Toya was talking about. Go ahead.
the center of existence is not me throwing dick in your guts. If I prioritize that, then I have to let go of something else. So
Mm.
so then these are the same ladies that be talking about their wonder stick and a Superman vibrator, and it's like, okay,
Mm.
okay, so that means basically what you're saying is like you can be leaned over and I can squeeze in between, bust mine, go to sleep, and you grab your vibrator, but now you're still mad because I didn't make you come, but you still got your vibrator. This is how confusing this shit gets with queer women. It's like, yo, you got
Mm.
the tools available, but you're demanding that I still supply it, but you still want another female, but you still want to play with toys, and you still want to hang from a tree, and
That's
like,
why they
fuck
say
outta
queer.
here.
That's literally why they say queer. That's literally why they say queer.
It's
Literally,
like,
that, like, look up the definition of queer. That's literally why they say queer, because it is an amalgamation of everything. It's whatever and however and whenever, right?
yes.
Yeah.
And then
It means strange. Queer. It's strange. It's yeah. Go ahead.
I can accept black women saying queer 10 times more than white women from this one
Mm-hmm.
line. I forgot what the writer was, but she's the real writer. She
Mm-hmm.
said, your expectation based on a white supremacist view of a traditional woman or a Victorian woman are these ideas of womanhood that y'all present to us while not giving us the tools to be full-blown women.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have a system that says to get to this PhD, by the time I get to this PhD, I'm gonna have this amount of debt. I have to
Mm-hmm.
perform like this. I can't truly be feminine while performing like this. Then I get my PhD or my master's degree, and now I'm 30 and I'm still proactively working and I'm trying to excel in that. Then it's like, wake up, I got to be a woman now. And I don't even know how to present to that, but I identify more with these queer ideas because I never got to present. This shit just keeps on going.
Yeah, no, it stacks on itself. But let me read this, and then we'll get better you in. And finally, and KMS says, and this is going to something that me and Toy were talking about a little while ago. Society corrects black men like a hit into the face immediately and acute consequences or consequence. Society corrects black women like cancer, carefree smoking for decades. Then all of a sudden, well, we gotta take a loan, right? No, yeah, no, it really is. It really is a gut punch versus mm, a gut punch versus you slowly falling, and somebody's gonna help and nestle you before you hit the concrete. They're gonna put their hands out and watch your head and watch your back before you're gonna hit the concrete, but it ain't gonna be too tough, right? Yeah, but go ahead, better you.
Thank you so much for letting me up. Really, you've said this so many times, and it's really got me thinking about it. What have been the effects of white supremacy upon black women? And I would argue that the solution or the answer to that question is the dehumanization of black men, and you really see it come out in some of these alternative lifestyle groups, queer people, queer women, and honestly, I feel like more than queer women, queer men are especially livid in their anti-black misandry against straight black men, and it's one of those things to where when they speak about conventional heterosexual relationships, they're speaking from a standpoint that they have no basis and no rooted experience in. It's easy to say somebody should do this, that, and the third, and you have no regard for their humanity. I don't care about my PlayStation controller. I don't give a fuck what it feels like. I'm gonna press square and R3 to the motherfucker wear out. And when it do, I'm gonna get a new one.
Oh no, I agree. I agree.
It,
I agree. And no, go ahead, because I'm not gonna forget what I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
oh no, yeah, but that is the mental framework that they approach straight black men with. And it's one in which it's kind of like the fish swimming in water doesn't know it's in water saying. Like, it's so ingrained into the thought processes that you will have somebody literally say some shit that's borderline well, I ain't gonna say the word, but that's highly egregious, borders on threats, or and they'll say the shit like, oh yeah, there's a special going on at Macy's or some shit like that, like it's nothing. But yeah, that's it.
So something that you said about essentially them not having a leg to stand on in this conversation. This is why and y'all think I'm not, but I'm telling y'all half the stuff I'm saying, more than half the stuff I'm saying. I'm not joking. I really challenge Herbie to start dating women, black women. Y'all think I'm not joking. Herbie, start dating black women, player. Date as an experiment. Date black women for a year as an experiment. Right? Put well, you live in New York, so put $153.7 million to the side a week, right? And date black women. Try to date a black woman a week if you can. Have fun, right? You're a dark-skinned brother with a tape line. Date black women. So because it's easy to pop all that shit and have your theories when you're not in the muck. When you're not in it, when you're not and the most interesting, fascinating, comical thing in the world, watching black women say the dating pool has pee in it. The dating pool has hot pee in it, and the black women are sitting in the dating pool.
Well, the dating pool does have the dating. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the thing that's unfair about the conversation is because I'm not gonna say the dating pool don't got pee in it, but nobody's pointing out the fact that the women are peeing in the pool. That's what the issue is. The women are peeing in the pool. So yeah, it got
That's what I was gonna say, Roger. You're saying it while peeing. It's simultaneous.
I don't think that
Leon about to explode, y'all. We're gonna let Leon go, and then we're gonna come back to Raj and then Toya.
I don't think that it's actually that women are peeing in the pool. I think it's like, okay, like we just watched Paul Murray, and they pushed her to the side on her views on certain things and centered everything around men and black women. So the thing is, when I say peeing in the pool, it's like a black girl, she brings her black guy to her black gay friend to the pool party. There's a bisexual guy that hops in the pool. There's a queer woman that hops in the pool, and you come with your kids to the pool, and you're just looking like when Trust went to the festival. Like, damn, this is so it's like they control the pool, and I'm just a person coming to the pool as a black guy, and y'all just open up every Pandora's box and tell everybody to get in the pool, and somebody shits in the pool, and you have to accept the shit in the pool.
You skipped over the pee in the pool. You said they took a dump in the pool. That took it to a whole nother level. Go ahead, Raj. Into it.
Well, my thing is, the gay angle. I'm not even concentrating on the gay angle. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't paying no attention to the fact the woman's gay and anything like that. I didn't even realize it. I came up here and you said that. My thing is she's preaching the same thing a lot of women who are straight preach. So being gay really didn't even concern me. It wasn't even noticeable to me. They're using the same playbooks at the end of the day. I don't care about her personally, if she's gay or not and who she's sleeping with. I'm not trying to sleep with her. So I'm not, on some real, I'm just not trying to sleep with her. So I'm not worried about that. Now the thing is, she is who she is. She gonna believe what she want to believe. She gets to participate in sexual activity, whatever she wants to at the end of the day. And my thing is that's fine. But she got the same viewpoints as straight black women.
Yeah.
The issue is power and control. Yeah. They want to achieve that over black men without putting in the work to get it. And that's all I'm hearing from this situation and whatever she talk. I don't know what happened to her, but whatever she talking about, that's all I'm getting from it. You niggas need to make sure I'm straight, and somebody need to go out here and make this money so I can control it. And the thing is, as a black man, I'm just like, I ain't going for that. I don't care what you are. My daddy don't control my money. My mama don't control my money.
And that's why they call you sexist. That is exactly why I'm glad you brought to that, because I said that a little while ago. This same stream, when black women call black men sexist, when they call us misogynistic, when they call us misogynoirous, what they're actually saying And I don't know why the scholars keep on playing like they don't get it. What they're actually saying is, you won't fall under my leadership with your resources. That makes you sexist.
And I think that it's time to cut all that nonsense. That's at the end of the day. If I don't know you, I don't owe you. You know what I'm saying? If I say I'm gonna owe you as far as the community is concerned, I'm only concerned with people that I see as part of my community, and it take more than being black to be part of my community.
Goddamn, you left us. Go ahead, Rush.
Yeah, and I'm not even concerned with gay folks' agenda on the real, because you already been compromised in a lot of ways to even go down that road. But I respect it because y'all got a right to do that. So I don't even bother with them people. You know, but at the end of the day, what do we want as heterosexual people? We want the respect of a person when it comes to black men. Black men ain't asking nobody for anything incredible. We just want people to respect us as human beings and give us the same respect that they want us to give them. And my thing is, if that's too much, you the enemy anyway. Point blank, period. And that's just how I see it. So the fact that she's queer means nothing to me. I'm not going to change what I'm saying because it's been presented that she's queer. I don't care that she's queer. At the end of the day, if you're not servicing me, don't ask for my resources. Simple as that.
Raj, when you say servicing me, what do you mean by servicing me when you say servicing me?
No, I mean any kind of service, bro. Real talk.
God damn it, Raj. You're supposed to go to the gutter with me. Thank you. Go ahead.
No. Sexual service, paying my bills. You know what I'm saying? Making sure I have peace in my life. You know what I'm saying? Put me in a good position to enjoy my day. If I'm any type of service, because what are black women offering black men for their money? Based on what I can tell, basically nothing. They're not trying to make sure these women won't give us a sandwich. You have so many people talking about make a sandwich. Why do brothers say something about making a sandwich? Something as simple as making a sandwich has now become this complicated thing, and it's about power. And if you make that nigga a sandwich, you're not standing up as a woman. You know what I'm saying? Who was that nigga for you to make him? Man, if a sandwich is worth the argument, I don't want nothing to do with you. So that's real talk.
I will say there is a I don't want to say his name up because I don't want to give him the credit, because he's not part of the Black Manosphere. He's not even black. I'll just say this. There is a dude that said this, and it's one of the real, he's right about this. They don't want to do anything for the express pleasure of a man, Raj. And that was a white dude that said that about his women. So what does that mean about us and our women? Emphasis on the our women. Ugh. Okay. Yeah.
I think it's important to point out that old girl is queer, and the reason for that is, like I just said when I came in, there is a explicit dehumanization of men that's present in queer women. But I think we really underestimate just how many sisters is really down low on some queer shit. Like,
yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
I've dated, like real talk, I've dated about 25, 30 girls. It's 5 that it's like they never did anything with a girl, like never thought about it, never did this. I have a homegirl who's straight, but she was like, well, you know, my bisexual homegirl, like she threw some stuff at me, and she was like, you ain't never tried it, so you don't know. So I tried it one time. It's like, ain't no nigga getting hit with that. Ain't never tried it.
Right. Well, you know, because we know there's. Thank you. Because we. Wait, say that again, Roger.
I ain't never tried AIDS. I'm just saying.
Right. But here's the thing though, like, because our sexuality is far less fluid, and the women want it that way. Not only do we want it that way, the women want it that way. That's why when in every couple of years they try to push this bisexuality thing on women, and women are like, no. When I say bisexual, I mean like bi men on women, black women in particular. Every couple of years I see this thing come back up, right? And black women are like, no, because we inherently know, and men and women both, right, are like, yeah, women can be fluid with their sexuality, and for me, no, right? Women can be fluid with their sexuality, but not men, right? And so this whole one foot in the straight world, one foot in the LGBTQ world, that's a luxury that women get to play with, and women don't want to afford men that luxury, and men don't really want it either. Straight men, at least.
Well, let me say something about that. At the end of the day, I know that's push as a concept that's okay, and women
Hmm.
gonna do anything that society deems is okay. They don't care about stuff the way we do.
Hmm.
If she's bi, she can't be trusted in a monogamous relationship, because to be bi means you need two counterparts. So therefore, I can't be in a monogamous relationship with you because you need something besides me anyway. And that's just
I
what it
like
is
what
at
you
the end
just
of the
did
day.
there. I like what you just did. I see that. I see what you. Yeah, I get you, Rush. I get you. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
by default, I can't trust you like that. So therefore, there's no reason to quote unquote build anything with you because you're gonna sell
Mm.
me out at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Whoever you
Mhm.
truly believe you love, you don't love them enough to not mess with somebody else.
Yep.
It just is what it is. And
Mhm.
my thing is,
Mhm.
I just accept stuff for what it is. Either a person is trustworthy or they're not. Everybody make mistakes here and there, but when you choose it as a lifestyle, it's not a mistake. That's an intention.
No, I agree. All right, y'all. I'm about to make my closing. So, Raj, you want to close out, or better you?
I give it to Raj.
Okay. Raj, what you got for us?
Um, should have gave it to you better, you. But since you gave it to me, now, my thing is this. I mean, the young lady does have a right to opinion. I give it that she got a right to her
Mhm.
opinion. That don't mean we should listen to. I care
Yeah.
nothing about her opinion. The fact that y'all say she queer, she ain't looking to build no productive situation with a black man anyway. So I don't. She don't count to me.
I
Okay.
am looking to build a productive situation, but why does it have to be intimate? Why does the productive situation have to be intimate? Why does it have to involve sex? Why does it have to involve relationship? Go ahead,
She
bro.
can. I mean, and that's all well and good. But if you start talking about like stuff like that, then I'll see you. You either hire me or I hire you. That's and then we ain't talking
Hmm.
outside of that. And you know what I'm saying? So anything that ain't got to be intimate, it's got to be some money involved. Because I ain't
Yeah.
finna hang around you for free. I'm just keeping it real.
I
Okay.
love it.
Just
I love it. No,
Yeah,
I
so,
agree.
so, so my thing is, if I don't see her as somebody I should concern myself with, and I really do want a lot of black men to stop adopting the way I think. She's not a part of my community. My community is simply for respectable, productive, functional black men that believe in black men's leadership, the children that live in their home, and their wives. Anybody else, you have to be trying to get into the community. You know,
Mhm.
if you're not trying to be with a black man who is productive, respectable, and functional and believe in black men's leadership, I ain't got no thoughts for you. Screw you at the end of it. I don't care. I can only care about so much at the end of the day. I don't care about you because I don't choose to care for you like that. The only thing I will give you is the love that God requires me to give to any other human. So if you fall off a ladder and bust your head in front of me, yes, I will call 911. Okay, I will try to revive you if you choke. Or well, I cannot revive, but if you choking in front of me, I give you the Heimlich. Anything
Mhm.
beyond stuff like that, man, I'm not giving you anything. You're not a part of my community. You're not trying to help me do anything. You're on a different team. You're not my concern, and it just is
Mhm.
what it is. And I don't care how people feel about that, because the people that's not on my team, why would I care what you think anyway?
That part. That part.
facts.
What did I
Leon, you came
miss?
back up. What's up?
What did I miss?
No, nothing.
I
I'm
was getting
closing
lunch
out.
break.
I'm closing
Oh
out.
man, I thought you
Look,
missed
look at you.
something.
You're late as hell to the club. We closing. Look,
Yeah,
we
I had to
mopping up
grab
the
my.
floors right now. Go ahead.
I had to go grab the food that my woman cooked. You know what I'm saying? But anyway,
Mhm.
I think one of the major things is simply when these people are defining how they see and what they want from black masculinity for themselves, they have to recognize that they're not really offering anything. And it's like, okay, y'all queer women, y'all have bisexual guys, y'all got all this, but y'all still keep on, and the gay guys and all those groups keep on talking about what they want from heterosexual black men. And it's
Yeah.
like, we've seen this game for so long that y'all are the recipients and the beneficiaries of the benefits. We're just objects.
Yeah.
We're not
Well,
joint.
they want you
You know
to
what I'm saying?
they want you to participate for a discount at best and for free at worst,
Yeah.
right? So that's the thing, and they want you to do it gleefully, right? And your
smiling in
comment is
your face.
perfect right now. As a matter of fact, let me read your comment now. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. BLM made me feel like, please, black men, DIE right, which is and that's gonna also be said, diversity, inclusion, and equity right. Right, like move out the way so that we can get these things right.
Yes.
So right, so
Yeah.
yeah, no, it is exactly what you're saying. Yeah, and that's what it is. Is
I,
participate, move out the way. So in other words, get deleted by the state, move out the way so we can traffic on your blood, so we can traffic on your death, and use that for the
Pretty much.
advancement of whatever thing we got going on the side. Whatever deal we cut with the Democrats, whatever deal we cut with some NGO, whatever deal we cut with some financier somewhere. We need you out of here, and if you are alive, we need you to support us, even though the people that are being deleted on camera look like you.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, go ahead.
I don't got much to say. It's just when you're dealing with the people, and like I said, I've been to conferences before, and I sat down and watched these people themselves when it was a conference for boys. Their idea is to say, okay, well, this 6 year old might like transgender women. This 6 year old might be bisexual. This 6 year old might be gay. And in my mind, it's like, don't y'all still want them to perform a certain level of masculinity anyway? And you're already separating boys based upon what you think, instead of them. If you're trying to teach these boys how to be men, like you're putting sex into it for what reason, other than to actually separate all black guys from each other? Like those guys were still on my football team, my baseball team. You end up
Mhm.
finding out one of the homies is gay, but he still played baseball. Okay, whatever. But y'all idea is to separate these boys at a young age, then shame us later for not accepting them when
Mhm.
they're educated through you while we're getting educated through this system of
Yeah,
operation. But y'all
yeah,
still want them to perform the same thing.
yeah.
That shit doesn't work.
They're using the LGBTQ community, particularly gay black men, as like the Queen's Guard.
Yeah.
That's what them brothers have been boiled down to, and I watched it when Claudia Jordan checked Funky Geneva, when Funky Geneva was speaking about what is the brother's name again? The chubby gay one. What is that brother's name? He's from down. Is he from down here? Oh
Hey, fuck
no.
his name. Fuck his name. Continue
um
on.
Saucy Santana, Saucy Santana. So when
Lord.
he said something off the chain a couple years ago, which is like gay men are teaching women how to be feminine again or something off the chain. And I remember I made
oh,
a whole think piece
Oh
about that.
yeah. Yeah, I
Right?
remember
yeah.
that on
It
social.
was
Yeah.
On
gay
Instagram.
black men are teaching black women how to be women.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And he said that, and like Claudia Jordan took offense to that. And so I think Funky Geneva knows him, and Funky Geneva and he said like, I'm gonna lose this battle, but I'm gonna kind of go back and forth with you a little bit, Claudia. And so he said what he said, and like, but he did say, hey, and they did get into a part of the conversation when he did say like, essentially he admitted like black women are leveraging gay black men against straight black men, and like the threat is like, if we drop you, you won't have no one, you won't have no community if we drop you. And like she literally kind of did she literally did it on camera, like, yo, but we're the only ones that supporting you, right? Which is, let me finish that statement for her. We're the only ones supporting you, right? So shut the hell up. And
Can I?
she essentially said that to Funky
Yeah,
Geneva. So when I said
yeah, that makes sense.
black women use gay black men as the Queen's Guard, I meant it. Go ahead,
Yeah,
I just want to say
yeah,
one
they
quick thing
do.
about that. Can I just
go
say
ahead, go
one
ahead.
quick thing about that?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not saying I agree with that statement about whatever that was about gay men got to teach women how to be women. I'm not saying
Uh-oh.
I agree
Go
with that
ahead,
statement,
go ahead, Ron.
but I'm gonna just say the worst thing about that particular time, I
Mhm.
never saw one sister, not one. I don't care what orientation. I didn't see one sister who presented any information to say that's not true. That was sad to me. Not one.
No,
I
they
heard
took
plenty of people.
offense. Yeah,
No,
go
no,
ahead,
I
go ahead.
heard the offense. What I
Mm-hmm.
did not hear was any woman make a case and say that's not true. I heard the offense, but nobody was like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't need no gay man to teach me how to be. You know what I'm saying? That was my expected response as far as when, okay, women hear that, they're going to come out and say, no, we don't need you to help us be women. No, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear nobody say it. And I heard a lot of
They
people
were
respond to that
murmuring.
comment.
They
I'm just saying,
were
I didn't
trying
hear
to do
nobody.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'll say this. Let me say this. They took offense to it, like I said earlier, and the response was, we're already women, we don't need to be taught how to be women. And see, if we go all based off of what you say, gender and sex are not the same. So
Yeah.
you might be a female, but are you a woman?
That's where it gets sticky. And that's where I say, and G, that's
Based
where I
off of what
say,
y'all say. I'm just saying. Go ahead, Leo.
that's where I say where it gets sticky because you're saying at the same time you're not presented with
That's you better
womanhood.
you in the background.
You're not presented with womanhood at the same. And so, what do you
Hmm.
define your womanhood off of? You didn't
Hmm.
define it for white women. So,
Yeah, hey, I'm saying like this is why you got to be careful. Hey, there's some very sticky traps out here. There's
yeah,
some sticky traps. Y'all better look when you walking around and you sashaying and you insulting men and you questioning black men's masculinity and you putting this stuff in the spectrum and all of this other stuff and it's all a performance. Be careful. Be careful. And that's what's happening. We have people talking and they're making arguments and you're like, are you sure you want to go down that road? Right? Are you sure about that? And they catch themselves up in the traps. Okay, so you said gender and sex are different. Fine. Okay, cool. And now Funky Deneva said he's teaching y'all how to be women. And you're saying you're already a woman. Ah, no, you're already a female. Right?
So
Are you
we
a
got to look at.
woman? Go ahead, go ahead.
So my thing is,
Mhm.
does offense equal denial? Because it don't seem like it do. Because I get the fact that, like I
Yeah.
said, I did see some women get offended by it. I just never heard anybody say he was wrong. And I just found
Mm.
that to be suspect. I didn't speak on the issue because I don't talk too much
Mhm.
about gay stuff on my show.
Mhm,
But I
mhm,
just
mhm.
kind of found that funny. Nobody said he was wrong.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
he's wrong.
Yeah.
If
No,
you're doing makeup properly,
hey, see, and I said Raj might even remember me saying that. I was about to jump off of um whose
Let me
channel was
say,
that?
I'm,
Go
let me
ahead.
say, I'm not referring to the men because it
Mhm.
was. They said the men, the gay
Oh
men,
yeah, yeah,
teach them
yeah.
how to
No,
be women.
no,
I
you're
ain't
right.
worried about how
Yeah,
we respond. I'm
yeah,
talking about when I heard the women's response to it. I didn't see them say he was wrong.
yeah.
I just found that to be peculiar, and I just left it alone.
Okay. Based off of what I'm seeing, these makeup artists be making all these motherfuckers look the same. Going back to what y'all was saying a minute ago, right? So, yeah. And let me. And Eric says that's sexual predation. I think he's referring to something that better you was saying. I think maybe, or was it Toya? Or was it me? I don't remember. Eric, I waited too long. My apologies. We lost the conversation with this. Oh man,
it's all
Eric, you might
good.
want to. Yeah. But and thank you for the super chat, Eric. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, and this one, I guess I'll read this one soon so that we can be in context. And Eric says, I'm not saying Eric, I'm sorry. KMS says, who don't black women misuse? Who don't black women abuse? Shout out to Raj. Are black women good people? See, Raj, people be listening. Are black women good people? The older I get, the more I find myself pondering that question. Yeah, yeah. Somebody
I
put up
stopped
the thinking
pondering.
man emoji. Go ahead,
I was
Ross.
gonna say I stopped pondering that question years ago.
Look, yeah, I'll say one of my actually my best friend Raj, you know who I'm talking about. He says that now. He said they're simply not good people. He said like in real life, he says that now. So yeah, yeah. So go into that. I mean, yeah, that's
Um,
unfortunate. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, better you if that's you trying to talk. Go ahead.
yeah, I feel like a lot of that comes from the conceptualization that we have of womanhood.
Yeah.
Actually, Dr. Irene Ose Frempong did a great piece on this like a year or two ago. where he was
Yep.
talking about white womanhood needs to die. Like,
I saw it. Yep. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
a lot of women believe that by virtue of having a vagina, they are implicitly more moral creatures. And it's like, no,
Mhm.
women with power do the same thing as guys with power. People
Mhm.
with power tend to abuse it. People in certain circumstances tend to go with the path of least resistance and the path that's most self-serving. And that same,
Mhm.
every critique you can make of men, you can make of women, because when women are put in the same positions, they do the same thing, if not worse. So the
Uh,
whole
Well.
morality thing, we have to completely push back and eliminate that, because it's like, yo, at the end of the day, if you are inherently a more moral being,
Mhm.
how can that be when a lot of the injustices and things that you perpetrate on an interpersonal level against your own counterpart? Why would you use systems to abuse the very individuals who are supposed to be quote unquote on your team?
I'll say that, so essentially power corrupts all power, and right, power corrupts, and was it all power corrupts? No, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well am I saying all power? Um, Power corrupts absolute, power corrupts absolutely. I think this whole idea of women being moral is interesting, especially coming from the left, because they don't overtly say that, right? They'll actually say they highly disagree with that statement, but their actions say different. That's number one. Number two, that is a holdover of white supremacy, though. That's how white men use white women to beat the crap out of everyone else, because their women is so goddamn fragile, so they say, and so weak, and they need to protect her from all of the outgroup men, right? And they use that moral high ground of white women. They use the fragility of white women to regulate
Yeah.
other men, outgroup men, and subsequently outgroup women. Um, but these same women that try to fight against that also lean into that when attempting to establish a certain dominance over men. So it's very
Yeah.
interesting watching Khadijah speak about dominance while also leaning into the idea that women's narrative should be trusted over men's narrative, because it's the I'm dominant because I'm the victim. So women
This is
should
it.
be go.
Oh.
Go
And
ahead.
again, everything you said is why I don't take white queer women seriously.
Hmm.
That's literally what I mean. I don't take them seriously because I understand the backing that they have to project anything out into the world that they want to. You, you know what I'm saying? And it's like
Hmm.
y'all keep on saying y'all want something different, but y'all raise the same thing. And now what
Yeah.
y'all have done is now you continue to raise the same thing, but the ladies are asking for something different. But the same ladies that have the kids, they raise the same thing, including our women. It's like
Yeah.
y'all
They
keep on
don't.
raising.
Well,
They either don't know better or they're lying.
I gotta say two things real quick.
But I'm
I
gonna
drive
roll out.
this.
I'm gonna roll out because my battery's dead
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
don't
I'm
have
about to close
continuous
out
rank.
after this. So I guess Raj is actually gonna make the final statement. Go ahead, Raj.
Yeah, I gotta say something because I totally dis. Well, number one, KMS, I know you was joking, brother, and I wasn't saying
Hmm.
it like I know you didn't know better. I mean, I know what it is. You know, what I'm saying I know exactly what it is, my brother. But I am gonna say I do disagree with Better You, because
Hmm.
Better You did say that black men, well, women and men basically handle power the same way, and I'm
Hmm.
saying if we think about it, that's absolutely false. Men can be corrupt with power, but if
Hmm.
men have always had power and most men were corrupt just because they had power, we wouldn't have the societies we have. So obviously, when you think about it, most men
Somebody
with
was right.
power are
Hmm.
not necessarily corrupt. But when you look at women who get power, when are they not corrupt? Think about it.
Hmm.
When do women get power? Now that they have been getting quote unquote power, and I'm talking about a judge, I'm talking about a senator, I'm talking about any position, you CEO at a company. When have women gotten power and we don't hear stories of corruption with them? Men have been in power the whole time, supposedly, right? So if men been in power the whole time, yes, there was some corrupt men in power, but most men who get power are not necessarily corrupt. But if you give it to a woman, based on what we're seeing on outcomes, it does seem like women automatically just about become corrupt when they get power. And that's a shame. But if we
Oh
look at
yeah,
the numbers, I do think it comes out that way.
I don't disagree with that. Like, what I was getting at was like a lot of people's argument is we need to put power in the hands of women because we have better societies. But honestly, if
Yes.
you look at some of the cruelest people in every period of history, it's a woman with power. Like the cruelest slaver was a white woman in New Orleans that had hundreds of slaves locked up in her attic and was doing these experiments on people. Some of the cruelest rulers have been women. So I agree with you, bro, on that point. I was just getting at the point that, like, you know, for every sleazeball guy, if you put a woman in the same, yeah, you get sleazeball women too. Like the same types of shit happens, if not worse. Honestly, I think a little bit worse. But I don't disagree with that.
No, I know we about at the same spot, but I just wanted to make it clear just for audience sake, because my thing is corrupt men will seek power. Women just seem to get power and become corrupt. That's a little bit of a difference there. You know, corrupt men will seek power, but women seem to just get in power. Then all of a sudden, they got to be corrupt in some kind of way. You know, and on a smaller level, just because every time I say how the woman who does deal with Pookie, who won't go to work, won't get a job, won't stand up and be a man that's on his own too. Look how she treat him. That's a woman with power. She don't have a lot. She got power over that dude, and look how she treats him. 100% of the time, Pookie with a sister, it come out bad for Pookie. 100% of the time.
Raj, that's an amazing thing that you just hit on. Think about how many women would see a fine, upstanding guy, like, yo, he seemed like he got good character. He treats his family well. He has his priorities in a proper place. He's in a position to actually take care of somebody else. And those women will say, nah. But the guy who doesn't have the means to be able to take care of himself, that's who they go for. Like, that's a predatory nature in and of itself, brother.
And while you saying that, brother, let's also keep in mind, not only do they want the guy who can stand on his own too, they don't even want the guy who's willing to help. The whole 50-50 argument. If the guy just want to help, yeah, I don't want his help. I need a nigga I can control. Point blank, period. I got to bypass a man who can get it on his own. I got to bypass the man that can help me get it. I need the nigga that I can control. But that's power. We don't look at it like that. That's power. And black women's response to power seems to be very negative toward men. I'm just saying.
I'll remind you of that video. I think you saw it too, Raj. I don't know if you saw it, better you, with the kind of heavy set sister. She was in a pizzeria, I want to say. This is forever ago, but it was recorded off of the camera in the store. She was in a pizzeria. She got into a back and forth with some white dude, and she got her boyfriend and literally stuck her boyfriend on this dude, and he hit him with the one hitter quitter, and boyfriend went right back to jail. I don't know if y'all ever saw that video before. Yeah.
Because dude died, didn't he?
I don't remember if he died, but you saw, like, that first hit, he crumbled. That second hit, it was done. It was done. But I don't know if he died. But if I remember correctly, she got into a back and forth with the white dude, and then she went outside, and she pretty much stuck her boyfriend on the white dude. Right.
But that is power. The power she had with she had influential power over another human, and look what she did with it.
Yeah, and we saw the remember, well, actually, didn't you cover it, Raj? The black woman who got into a back and forth with the security guard at one of them dollar stores or whatever, and then over the mask, and then she went to the house. Excuse me, said something to her husband and her son, and they end up deleting the brother, and yeah, they both in prison now.
That's power of influence, and yeah, I definitely covered that. It's power of influence.
Yeah. So, I don't know how many brothers are sending women out to go fight another woman for them or fight anyone for them, honestly. But yeah, it seems to be that women are sticking men on other men. and sometimes other women, right? So that,
Shit.
yeah, yeah, that's
All
something
you
to
gotta do is
consider.
put a wig on nowadays, man. You don't got you don't gotta get your girl cousin to go fight her no more. Just put that wig on, man.
All right.
You good.
And claim an alternative lifestyle, and you good to go.
Oh yeah,
Right.
baby.
And as they arrest me, I'm gonna let them know
Oh,
you're doing this because
oh
I'm
man.
gay, I'm black. That's why you're doing this. I'm
Right.
LGBT and I'm black. It ain't got nothing to do with the fact that
Hey,
I just stole off somebody for no reason. Ain't got
right.
nothing to do with that. Because I'm gay
Alexa,
and I'm
play
black.
Alexa, play homies over hoes, please. With homeboy. When homie grab, hey, when he grabbed the damn chick by the face and threw her clear across the room, still to this
Oh man.
day I can't see that scene, bro. That scene killed me every time. Oh, I'm thinking I gotta go play that shit now. I gotta go play it because that shit is
Oh,
all type of messed up and hysterical.
the Bulldogs tried to tell us, man.
Hey, bro, that shit
Oh,
is hysterical. Oh man, let me read KMS. And KMS is the highest rates of DV is parent to child. Most black households are women lead, right? Most black households are women lead. I'll stop right there, bro. We already know. We didn't said it before. We already know. Exactly, KMS. Exactly, right. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS continues and says, in the same household, black women lead. The boys can't read. That rhymes, but ooh, put it in the book. Raj, you heard that right? Hello? Okay, I'm talking to myself. But yeah, no, put it in the book. It rhymes. It's catchy. In the same household, black women lead. The black boys can't read. That rhymes. It's catchy. We have seen what black women do when they are in power. Yeah, they keep it right. I agree with this.
I've
Wow,
seen that. I've seen that myself,
wow.
man. When my
Right.
ex-wife and I divorced,
Mhm.
she was such a heavy-handed disciplinarian with my son that I noticed that he would buck up and like literally try to fight for certain shit. And I'm like,
Mhm.
damn, like, like you ain't in that type of trouble. Like, I'm not understanding the reactions. I had a conversation with her and she's like, she hauling off, she's spanking kid with the belt with everything. I'm like, yo, you can't do
Mhm.
that. Of course, I
She's
understand why you
trying
fighting.
to establish the dominance that you have, and she's overdoing it. Number one, and that's the thing about trying to not just discipline, but trying to bring talking about dominance. If that's what Khadijah want to talk about, um, exactly what you're saying, and you're actually getting to something here. Women overdoing it to establish dominance. You see it with women bosses. You see it. It's not smooth often, right? It's very heavy-handed, and it's overcompensating for what you think this is, and you're doing too much. It's simple. You're just
And it,
doing too much. Go ahead.
and it doesn't work. And the fact of
Yeah.
the matter is, like, with my son, yeah,
Mhm.
she might have seen me spank him a couple times with a belt. Like, I ain't no stranger to it, but she ain't see the conversations where I took him in the back room and
Mhm.
it's like, hey, look here, man, I ain't about to touch you, but you know what I'm saying? You understand what you did
Mhm.
was wrong. Can you
Mhm.
replay? How would you handle that situation? Like, give him the true rod of correction.
Mhm.
So she did none of that. And
Yeah.
she, even when she tries to, because I'm a man,
Mhm.
even if she did everything I did to the letter, it still hit different. Like to
Yeah.
this day, I haven't had to touch my son in like 3-4 years.
Yeah.
I can look at my son and I see the fear of God come in him. She can't do that.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
just because she ain't a man.
Yeah. There's some that we know that I never go into that lane. I never call it, say, the D envy, right? I talk around it. I allude to it. I never go to that because it's so simplistic. But in this case, a lot of that is that, and a lot of it is that, and we know a lot of it is that. Because, but so they think there's an inherent power there, and a lot of it is, but they don't understand how much we have to cultivate that. How much of that just doesn't come to us, right? How much of that is literally you working on yourself, you building yourself, you putting yourself in a position, you knowing how to take the slings and arrows. as a man, not as a person. Ooh, God, I hate when they do that shit. Not as a person, but as a man specifically, because the world meets you different as a man than it does women. And I don't think they
Okay.
appreciate that shit, right? So yeah, no, you're right. It does. It's gonna hit different. It is gonna hit different, right? And yeah, no, a lot of that is just the DNV, and we already know. We already know, right? So go ahead.
And, and they can't ever resonate with that because
Mhm.
society won't treat them as men are treated, and they
Mm,
don't get the anti-black misandry that we do.
yep.
So they really greatly underestimate it, and they just flat out don't understand it. Even the most and best and well intentioned, they get that they don't get, but they understand there's some extra there, but they don't really truly firsthand know it.
Yep.
Like the particular violence that we can be met with, even like how we have to navigate certain social
Yep.
interactions, like even the office, like working in a
Mhm.
goddamn office, it can be maddening sometimes because
Yep.
you work with a bunch of people who expect you to be. Some of them expect you to be super nigga, and some of them basically think you ain't shit
Yep.
simultaneously.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm working in the office. I've seen it. And yeah. And by the way, simultaneously, and the same person has these two conflicting views. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. Right. And no, no. Yeah, they don't have to contend with that. They don't. They don't have to contend with that. And you would think that they would be glad they don't have to contend with that, but actually they meet you with so much contempt because they don't, because they never concede, they never consider it. So they just assume that you're just supposed to be right.
Yeah.
No, Ben, I clicked it already. It's in my history. It's in my history. It's in my history. But on that note, better you. I'm about to close out. Raj, I'm about to close out. Um, Mizzy is about to be hot. So we're gonna, right. So we're gonna pause right here. Love piece of day. She really not. We probably gonna watch like Real Life Lore or something. But yeah. So we're gonna pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great, great rest of your day. Um, and I should be actually coming with like a panel discussion. Let me see, what is today? It's Monday. Ooh, maybe this weekend, because this week is going to be a little crazy. So y'all will still get regular streams for me, but we'll see how that goes. So we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. All right, and once again, Toya, thank you for coming up, and by the way, let me actually, I didn't read this comment. Let me read your comment, Ben, and thank you for the super chat. And Ben says, check the link in the back chat. Might be interesting. I already clicked it. It's in the history. I will be checking it out. And thank you for that, Ben. My apologies for not letting you up. I thought we was gonna close out a little bit earlier, but then we kept on time. But I'm actually closing out now. So you definitely are welcome to come up next panel discussion. But yeah, so I have the link in the history. And once again, Toya, thank you for coming up and kind of giving us that information. I know I was kind of like the questions were kind of like off, because I had some of the ideas of what I wanted to ask, but I didn't have them written down, and we kind of did this impromptu kind of interview thing, so that's why. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. All right, have a great rest of y'all day.